know how to see a whack MC when he rustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees, listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Benny, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I read the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, bees like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the sporadic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in a prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. So too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Follow him, the one who protects ya. And the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way I deliver my lecture. looking for food, starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day and every clue. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep, leaving 7 rows to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the brink. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers. Cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TV's whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
It's Friday the 30th, January 09/11 Central European Time, and that would make it 3:11 Eastern Standard Time America, and then the Pacific Time would be about what, 12:11, something like that, between 12 and 1:11. Yeah, I appreciate everybody for coming through. Oh, let me take this off. Let me see, is this still up? Yeah, I appreciate everybody for coming through. Yo, let me see who's in the chat. Rafiki, you in the chat already? Okay, there you go. Scalamucci, what's up? What's up? Yo, I don't know how many of you all caught this show yesterday, right? But it was pretty interesting. It was pretty interesting. But this is going to be more interesting because something that doesn't normally happen happened. You know, I haven't had guests up yet, and I plan on having guests up. And I actually thought that I could have conversations over Facebook Messenger when I opened up my Facebook page, right? But I realized it has to be a personal account, so I have to go in and make an account. But starting this weekend, I'm going to have an account and everything set up. So people that have social media, you will be able to actually hit me up live and join in the conversation. So it will be broadcast. So if you have any questions, if you have any comments, you're welcome to hop up and participate. Now, keep in mind, I'm not you, okay? And I might be on my own time. You see what I mean? Not really concerned so much about much of outside of the program, what my goal is here today when I come up here. But yesterday, I didn't realize somebody was trying to contact me through this method, through my Facebook, and that was that guy Venom that was in the chat. Now, I'm going to play, before we get started, I want to play you this, what he actually said. He left me some messages. He left some messages, and It was wild. It's wild. So let me get right to it. He left some messages and then he left some audio. So I want you to hear this, and then I'm going to give my commentary. I mean, it's really an interesting thing to me. It's very, very interesting that his comments and no, it's not you, Rafika. Don't worry. Yo, somebody, these messages, I mean, it really lets me know that you can be American and there is literally 6 degrees of separation, because I have almost no connection to anything that this guy is saying. And I really wish that I did. But I was saying this, look, I'm from Washington, D.C. I don't know if you know people in the rest of the country know what people in D.C. are like, but I got to tell you, you know, even though I like to go around the country and I've had a decent enough childhood and young adult life to have gone around the country and to have access to different parts of the country, you know, to know different parts of the country, to know what life is like in different parts. I'm not talking about what it's like when you live there, because whenever you live somewhere, shit can get small, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, at least visit for some weeks, you know, some or a couple of months to learn a little something. Yeah, that's all. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, that's a great thing, right? That puts you ahead of a lot of people that never bother to experience something else when they're young, to know the country that they're in, or when they're an adult. But here's the thing. For some reason, it just, when listening to these messages, it just made me realize this guy ain't got no connection to anything from Washington, D.C., anybody from Washington, D.C. He doesn't know. And I'm talking about all people, no matter what color you are, what your religion is, what your gender is, what your sexual orientation is. It doesn't matter, man. It's nothing like it. So I'm going to play it to you. And it's just strange. And really, I don't mean any harm when I read this, but I just have to let you know, this is really, really strange. I had no idea the person thought this way or had these kind of ideas. You know what I'm saying? So you see DC and are proud of that. Well, you're always proud of where you come from. I'm proud of where I come from. No question. No question at all. I'm definitely proud of where I come from. We kind of particular, you know, and we got our own music in DC. We grow up listening to our own form of music. You know what I'm saying? It's called go-go music. So don't sleep. It's the capital, and anything that's great about the country, we have a little bit of that in DC too, you know, but I mean, I'm definitely proud. I don't think you're going to find too many people that grow up in DC that ain't proud of DC. We some proud ass people, yo. But we're not just proud. God damn. I mean, Duke Ellington, you know what I'm saying? Duke Ellington, you know what I mean? Duke Ellington is from DC. Shit, I can go down the whole list right now. You know what I'm saying? Max Julian, the guy who played, what's the dude who played, what was that? Max Julian, he was in that, he used to be in the, he played Goldie in the black exploitation film. I forget the name of the film. A load of people are from DC, man. Come on. In any case, but I just realized when I heard this that the guy have no idea. And listen, nobody can help where they're born or what they're born like or what body they're born in or what they look like. Dang, what's up? And Casey, what's up? And you don't help those things, but you can make a genuine effort to try to understand someone else, right? Who's got it the same as you, doesn't choose the body they born in, doesn't choose where they're born, doesn't choose nothing. They just are who they are, right? So I want to give you a little example of, I get a lot of messages, but I just want to say a lot of times people, they want to contact you based on what they want from you. And I'm not that kind of person. You see what I mean? I'm also a little slower. When I meet people, I don't put so much pressure on them. When I meet people, I'm not me so fast. You know what I'm saying? I like to think a little bit and take my time. You know what I mean? Not be so pushy with other people. If somebody I know or I meet has something that I don't have, I don't go about this me. Oh, they have something I don't have, so I deserve some of it. I don't take that route. I take the sit back, you know, and if I happen to link up with that person, or that person wants to offer me some knowledge or something like that, then I take it. But I don't assume because I have proximity to the person that they owe me something. You know what I mean? Because we're not little kids. I'm a grown man, 55 years old. I have kids. I have a kid that's an adult, and I have 3 others that are not, that will be soon. You see what I mean? So I don't really, I don't connect in a way that's not one of a father that has kids and is busy and has a job and volunteers and does things. So this is how I connect to people. By the way, there's a demonstration tomorrow, 12 noon, in front of the American Embassy in Copenhagen. Yeah. So I will be there along with a lot of other Americans and Danes, veterans, and people like this, speaking about what's going on in the U.S. So that's what I mean. Grown man stuff. I don't expect people to owe me something just because they're in proximity to me. You see what I mean? I assume people are busy and have plenty of things to do. And if we happen to link up, that's a blessing. But it doesn't, have to be something forced. So I'm just saying that as a qualifier to what you're about to hear. Now, this is what Venom wrote. I'm not going to say the name or his telephone number or anything. Okay. Yo, it's me or you. He wrote, it's me, Venomous. We got to wake the world up on a whole bunch of shit. I'm about to blow your mind, though. COVID boosters contained autoimmune disease, aka AIDS. Could boosters contain autoimmune disease, aka AIDS? What I'm speaking is truth, regardless of what anyone thinks or has an option on. Or has an option on. How long do I have to sit here like this? I'm like, damn, how long you got to sit here like this? Yeah, shout out to the 50s crew. Yeah, there you go. Yo, shit. We fly. 50 is fly. You know what I'm saying? 50 is the new fly. Yo, check this out. I'm being treated like I don't have a voice. I don't even know what conversation is about. Okay, I can agree to disagree with everything, and I know the rights and laws. Fugan. Okay. In any case, now here's some voice messages.
If you don't live here and you aren't paying our taxes, then what the fuck does it matter about what the fuck you think? What the fuck does it matter about anything that you have an opinion on? You can be opinionated all the fuck you want to. But when I'm speaking fucking straight fucking facts about everything I fucking said about the IRS and everything. And you want to push that shit off to the side. That's okay, because you don't have to listen.
Damn, that was deep.
Honesty just spoke for itself. Because a real man, unlike yourself, wouldn't have just did what you did and everything else.
What the hell is he talking about? You know what I'm saying? Would just have done what you done. Damn, I'm like, wow, this is deep, man. This is deep.
Has been fact-based. Fact-based.
These voicemails.
Tell me where I'm wrong about anything.
They on Messenger.
That I've spoke on.
Damn.
You don't even believe the shit that you're spitting out to these people. That's what the fucking real tragedy is. For every fucking yin, there's a yang. And you were wrong in the first place to fucking judge me anyway. You judged me talking about calling me all kinds of shit, talking about me being some kind of drug addict or something. I mean, you got me all fucked up, dude. I don't even do shit. The shit that I do is fucking natural. I promise you that one. I don't even smoke weed. So you need to get your facts straight before you come at me with any kind of sideways bullshit. And you can't say anything about anybody. You know what? You are a full-fledged fucking idiot is what you are. Because the government will run you the fuck over and you will still bow down to them. And that's what the fuck they want, is people just like you to be their little yes men. You're the government's fucking dream child. That's what the fuck you are. You're their fucking dream child.
It's deep, yo. Yeah, those are the messages. And I'm really just trying to, figure out, like, damn, this is deep, man. Like, listen. I mean, it's deep. It's like he's trying to probe my mentality. And when I listen to this, I just realized, man, this guy has no idea. He has no idea about what anybody in DC thinks, man. Anything, like I said, any color, any race, any person, any gender, any social class, any don't matter if you straight or anything. He just straight, gay. He had no clue what people are thinking in DC. You know what I'm saying? It just made me feel like, damn, man, this guy's like in a whole nother alternative universe. Like, flat out, he's in a whole nother universe. Let me see. Come on, y'all. Let me see. Finn says, Finn Von Smith, dude just talking to a machine and he's pissed off. All Patty Piss Pants calling a voicemail. I just found this just like a half an hour ago. He sent these yesterday because he said this shit yesterday during the show. I'm thinking, wow, man. Listen, Venom, listen, man. Come on, man. Let's calm down now. I don't think anything about you, man. Whatever I said to piss you off, yo. Calm down, yo. Calm down. If you ain't smoking no weed, go find some and smoke it, please. You need to calm your ass down. And I don't mean anything, man, by it. I don't think people are really that different from each other. But I'm just being honest with you. I don't know what I said, but sometimes you can meet a person and listen, and you could actually end up feeling sorry for them. That's what I feel. I feel sorry for him, man. I feel sorry for you, bro. Like, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I can tell life has been hard on you, and life is hard on a lot of people in a lot of different ways. So I try not to judge. Like, seriously, life can be hard in many different ways you can't imagine it can be for somebody else. But when I listened, I can hear like life has not been easy. You know what I'm saying? So just, forgive me. I'm sorry. But, I really hope that you learn how to learn from other people. That could be a strength if you learn how to do that, because I'm just going to tell you, you could learn a lot from me. All right. You can learn a lot from me, and I'm not close to people that come from wherever you come from. But you got to understand, people where I'm from, we also got our own shit going on, and we could be cruel as a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? In our own type of way. And I'm just letting you know that, you're going to let people laugh at you, man. And you send them messages like this. Anyway, yeah, that's life, man. What the fuck? You think I've been places I've been because I'm like, tripping on what somebody think? You think my life is that way? You think you have no clue who you dealing with, man. But on that note, anybody can get got. But that's why I say, excuse me, I'm sorry. Whatever I did to offend you, fuck it, man. Let's let it go. All right, come back. Let's not be so judgmental next time. I don't know how old you are, but I can tell you ain't been well exposed, so I have empathy for that. So yeah, I've been well exposed in my life, so I consider myself fortunate. And that's what I was saying the other day. I'm from DC. I'm not rich, but I wasn't poor. My parents had books in the house. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, my father did not like if you didn't know if you couldn't speak proper English, you probably wouldn't understand why. You know what I'm saying? And my father definitely didn't like stupid. You see what I mean? Like, really, I mean, the guy had his own company. He's a fine artist. I had to learn from him. You see what I mean? And my father didn't like lazy or stupid. Even more important, stupid. You see what I mean? So, yeah, man. Anyway, let's start off the show. So listen, my God, Kristi Noem, right? Sometimes I even forget who she is because she came out of left field, has no experience, but she's the head of the goddamn Secret Service. She's the head of, not Secret Service, the CIA. How this happened can only mean doom for the U.S. It can only mean something bad. And that's not good for the United States, the people, or its allies. You know what I'm saying? And oh yeah, I see you. Oh yeah, your grandfather. Yo, well, he probably know my grandfather then. You know what I'm saying? He probably my grandfather's from uptown, from Georgia Avenue. So also U Street area, actually U Street more specifically, Shaw, right? But then then they moved uptown. But you didn't even start the show. He was talking before the show started. Yeah, it's crazy, But yeah, exactly. He was in a that's what I'm trying to say. Like, people understand that you don't always get what you want just because you walk in the door and demand something. Calm down. Be polite to people. Learn how to socialize with people. You know what I'm saying? Learn how to be around other people. People don't owe you anything. If people are around you, that should be a blessing. You should soak that up, take it in. Then later, if you develop a relationship or whatever, then maybe you might want something or feel that you have some personal obligation to somebody or someone else. But listen, you can't just start off right off the bat thinking someone owes you anything, man. Come on, man. It ain't that deep. Yo, what the fuck? Look, somebody said we survived 4 years of Biden. I think we will be okay. Well, I tell you what state do you come from and who is your healthcare provider? Juan, are you American? Everybody, let's start off. What state do you come from and who's your healthcare provider? Let's see how well Juan Marquez is doing. What state do you live in? Who's your healthcare provider, Juan? Let's see. Let's qualify that statement. We survived 4 years with Biden. I think we'll be okay. Okay, Juan, are you okay? Are you okay, buddy? You know what I'm saying? Let us know how okay you're doing. What state do you live in and who's your healthcare provider? Are you doing better than Venom? Because Venom ain't doing that well, bro. Like, she's the head of, look, somebody says she's the head of Homeland Security. No. Kristi Noem. Let's see here. Maybe she is. Let's check it out. Let's see. Who is Kristi Noem? I don't think that's called home. Is it Homeland Security? No. What is Homeland Security head of? Okay, let's see here. Who is Kristi Noem? Okay. Okay, secretary. She's the secretary of Homeland Security. Okay, I got you. Well, then that's a correction. No, I got no problem with that. So let's move on. But hey, kudos to you too, EK1971. Thanks for correcting me. Now, what do they do? What do they do? What? Yeah, let's see here. I'm just curious. Just since you pointed that out, I just want to make sure I got this. Okay, DHS, Border Immigration and Law Enforcement, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, U.S. Immigration and Protection, U.S. Citizen and Immigration. Oh, you know what? Guess what? Right, I was referring to Tulsi Gabbard, right? But you're right though. You're right. Tulsi Gabbard, I got them confused. Man, they look so much alike actually. But yeah, you're right. You're right. I meant Tulsi Gabbard. But check it, because Tulsi Gabbard has been going down to Fulton County. But thanks for pointing that out to me. Now check this out. Let's get down to this. Speaking of that, right? Speaking of that, this whole thing with going around with ICE, this instance in Minnesota and the demands that are being made, right? And people heard that, I believe it was Tom Holman, and who was it before Tom Holman? Pam Bondi, I think they made some requests to Minnesota asking for election information, like people's names, people's date of births, people's addresses, and things like this. Well, now they're down in Fulton County, basically going through the same type of information. And you can hear Trump now. He's starting to talk about that again. The election. Obviously, he's very worried about. It's kind of obvious with Trump. Trump. He tells the truth even when he lies. So he tells you he's worried about the election, and this is how he tells you, by saying we got to make sure everything's okay. They're known the machines. He starts worrying about the election, and it's not the machines, because obviously when he wins with the same machines, he never has a problem. But it's only when he thinks he's about to lose. You see what I mean? That's the crazy thing about it. So hey, that's so funny. So, So while you have that going on in Minnesota with Tulsi Gabbard, right? Not Tulsi Gabbard, Kristi Noem. You got the other one down there now in Georgia, Tulsi Gabbard, right? So it's like a tag team, right? And it's really interesting how they play this out. So let's get right into this. First, I want to hear Noem defend the position of ICE.
We go now to
if it's even
Dakota,
defensible,
and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Good morning to you, Madam Secretary.
Good morning.
Well, DHS calls this the largest operation in its history, nearly 3,000 federal agents out there. Is this an open-ended deployment, or is there a metric for success that ends it?
Well, I think every day we get a murderer off the streets of Minneapolis, the public is safer, and President Trump is keeping his promise to the American people. And we literally have arrested and detained thousands of illegal criminals in Minnesota since President Trump came back into the White House. And I've never met a family that ever said, oh, I wish you would have left that rapist free. I wish you would have left that murderer on the streets. So we're just so thankful that we have a president that's upholding the law and is determined to make sure that the laws are applied equally to everyone.
According to Pew, Minnesota's population of immigrants here illegally stands at 2.2%. So how do you judge when you've gotten everyone off the streets that you say is, requiring your federal agents be there? How do you say we've had mission accomplished?
Well, we won't stop until we are sure that all the dangerous people are picked up, brought to justice, and then deported back to their home countries. You don't have a number or a date? We wouldn't be in this situation. We wouldn't be in this situation if Joe Biden hadn't allowed our open border policies to be in place and allowed up to 20 million people unvetted into this country. We have no idea how many dangerous people are here. When you have millions of people coming in that are terrorists, suspected terrorists, criminals, come from countries in the mass migration that the Biden administration facilitated, I can't tell the people of Minnesota exactly.
Hey, oh, wait a second. Juan. What state do you come from, and who is your health care provider? I just want to qualify your statement, because you said we survived 4 years with Biden. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine. But who's your health care provider? What state do you live in? It's just to make sure you're actually American. You say you survived 4 years of Biden, so that means you live in the United States, right? You're an American citizen or something like that. You have health care, right? I'm curious about this because, Juan just said, I'm good. No, you're not actually good, Juan. Come on now. Keep it real, man. Keep it real with everybody. What state do you Everybody here has already said what their state is and their healthcare provider is. Maybe I missed one or two people, but most people don't have a problem saying it just to qualify their statements. So what's up, Juan? Come on now. Okay, so Juan's not being serious. So there you go. No problem, Juan. You don't have to be serious about that. In any case, so Juan is not actually doing good because Juan doesn't have a state or it doesn't have health care. So how did Biden threaten your life? Exactly, man. What the listen, there's this trend of to try to, pretend like Biden and Kamala stole people's private information, kicked them off of health care, brought the GDP down. You know what I'm saying? 10 points in 1 year. The GDP went up every $1 trillion every damn year under Biden and Kamala. And as soon as Trump gets in office, it stops going up. They cancel your health care. They cancel all kinds of shit for people. Fire hundreds of thousands of people. Cancel how many hundreds of thousands of people's health care. Maybe millions of people's health care. Then the rest of them pay 2 or 3 times. And then he got the nerve to come out here and be like, we survived. No, you didn't survive. You thrived, motherfucker. That's what you did. You thrived. If you think, if you want to compare the two, how you doing right now, if you want to compare how you doing right now to Kamala and Biden, then you was thriving with them. Okay, God damn, because you're doing really fucked up right now. You know, like straight up. Don't even play that game. That's why I'm like, listen, it's okay if you could say, yeah, my health care went up, but I still prefer Trump. You could say that. You could say my family's health care went up. We're about to get thrown out of our house because we can't afford our mortgage and pay for the hospital bill, but I still support Trump. You could say that, but keep it real, man. Don't be lying about this shit. You know what I'm saying? Let me see here. Yeah, exactly. Just keep it real. Oh, listen, somebody said, this is impossible. Said, dude, she was a governor of state. What do you think? No, she was a governor. This one, I was talking about Tulsi Gabbard. It's a different one. I confused the two. But I'm really talking about this Kristi Noem and Tulsi Gabbard right now. So don't worry. I appreciate that. But in any case, listen, I'm not trying to be perfect. I don't know if you've been following me, but hey, it is what it is. And if you can point out a mistake, I got no issue with it because, you know, hey, you can't be right 100% of the time, can you? Who is? Right? I'm good with 99%. You know what I'm saying? I'm good with 95%. Look at who your president is. God damn, you should be happy you here with me. Damn. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. Somebody else said you're a paid propagandist. Shame, shame, shame. What is your state do you live in, John Evans? What state do you live in and who is your health care provider? Just to qualify your statement. He trying to look it up and shit. It's complex. He don't even know. He never thought about that question before. Yeah, who is my healthcare provider? Even though everywhere in the country on TV they telling you your healthcare, he should have got a letter in the mail that said your healthcare is going up. Here's how much. You know, he doesn't even know and shit. John, hello, John. You there? Anybody home? Nah, we'll let John wait. But in any case, back to her message. This is their messaging, the gaslighting. And what I wanted to say about this is look at her face. Just look at her face. At some point, she's even going to laugh. Watch how serious
we wouldn't be in
she
this
is.
situation if Joe Biden hadn't allowed our open border policies to be in place and allowed up to 20 million people unvetted into this country. We have no idea how many dangerous people are here. When you have millions of people coming in that are terrorists, suspected terrorists, criminals, come from countries in the mass migration that the Biden administration facilitated, I can't tell the people of Minnesota exactly how many dangerous criminals they have. I do know that they're extremely grateful every time we get a pedophile off the street. We arrested an individual this week that was raping children. I think those parents in Minnesota can sleep better at night knowing that that person isn't free.
Sure, but you just said millions. What's the breakdown of the percentage of those who you have in custody who have actually committed a criminal offense versus?
Exactly. Yeah, please. Anyone could just make up numbers.
Versus just the civil infraction.
Every single individual has committed a crime, but 70% of them have committed or have charges against them on violent crimes and crimes that they are charged with or have been convicted of that have come from other countries that are here illegally, first of all, and then they have committed a criminal act while they've been here or in their home countries as well.
It's not 70%.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
70% of everyone
you guys keep changing your percentage. You pick and choose what numbers you think work, but that is the facts, is that 70% of the people that we have detained have charges against them or have been convicted of charges, and they need to be brought to justice. And we're going to keep doing that no matter how much you guys keep lying and don't tell the public the truth. It absolutely is that these
Ruben, exactly 3 out of 100. That's actually more. That's more accurate right there. You
law enforcement officers are out there every day doing the work to protect the American people, and they will keep doing that because they believe in enforcing the law, which is exactly what President Trump has charged them with.
Okay. Well, our reporting is that 47%, based on your agency's own numbers. 47.
It's her own agency's numbers. Hey, you hear that, John Evans? Where you at, John? What's up, man? Don't go nowhere, John. This one's for you, baby. Come on now.
Tell the public the truth. It absolutely is that these law enforcement officers are out there every day.
Let me play that back.
Of all, and then they have committed a criminal act while they've been here or in their home countries as well.
It's not 70%.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
70% of everyone
you guys keep changing your percentage. You pick and choose what numbers you think work, but that is the facts, is that 70% of the people that we have detained have charges against them or have been convicted of charges, and they need to be brought to justice. And we're going to keep doing that no matter how much you guys keep lying and don't tell the public the truth.
Wow. Damn, she called her a liar. How could you be a liar when it's your own government agency that's saying this shit? They're saying you ain't telling the truth. What the hell?
Absolutely is that these law enforcement officers are out there every day doing the work to protect the American people, and they will keep doing that because they believe in enforcing the law, which is exactly what President Trump has charged them with.
Okay. Well, our reporting is that 47%, based on your agency's own numbers. 47% have criminal.
Ah, look at that. She don't even know her own agency's fucking. And this is typical. And exactly, only MAGA can be correct 100% of the time. You see what I mean? And she's going to still look. She's going to stay true to that. Who said that? Only MAGA. Look. Oh, that was Rafika. Look, Rafika, and she's going to hold true to that because she ain't even going to admit she was wrong this time, and it's her own damn agency's numbers.
To protect the American people, and they will keep doing that because they believe in enforcing the law, which is exactly what President Trump has charged them with.
Okay. Well, our reporting is that 47%, based on your agency's own numbers. 47% have criminal convictions against them. But let's talk about the other numbers.
Wrong again.
Which means you're wrong again. Why is she wrong? Let's hear.
Absolutely. We'll get you the correct numbers so you can use them in the future.
Well,
we'll get you the correct numbers so you can recite them in the future.
Agency's own numbers. 47% have criminal convictions.
The own agency. This lady, look at her face too. Hold on.
Against them. But let's talk about the other numbers.
You're wrong again.
Which means you're wrong again. You hear that, ICE? You better change them numbers on your website. That is crazy. And, but obviously this speaks to what we were talking about before. I mean, let's talk about it. Sasha Ripley said that Trump, the first act that Trump committed towards him was killing a litter of baby puppies in front of his face. That was his first act, So this goes right. If you ask me, this goes right down the same line. It's like, know that you're being wrong, lying about it, hurting people, not caring. The point is to be hurtful. The point is to commit harm and try to gaslight people about it, and not care one bit, to show complete and utter lack of care for what's happening to you. That's cruelty. It's cruelty. And she's just going to keep acting like, no one else is right anytime. You see what I mean? Yeah.
And don't tell the public the truth.
It's their own goddamn numbers.
It absolutely is that these law enforcement officers are out there every day doing the work to protect.
In any case, so that proves the point, right? That essentially proves the point. But there's more that she can yap about. Hold on, let me see. Let's see what else. Let's get to one more point where she can. Let's keep it going. Let's
protect the American people, and they will keep doing that because they believe in enforcing the law, which is exactly what President Trump has charged them with.
She's stolen a whole lot of money, allegedly, like millions of dollars. I've been reading about, like seriously. She did, I think it's like millions, 700,000 in personal things just while she was of the governor of North Dakota. Is it North Dakota where she's from? Let me check this. What does it say? It says she's from Department of Homeland Security, right? Overseas. Okay, but she was the border immigration. Where is this at? Transport security. Oh, here we go. Christy Nome, governor of South Dakota. Okay. She was the governor of South Dakota, and they say she used $700,000 of public funds on personal expenses, literally.
Okay. Well, our reporting is that 47%, based on your agency's own numbers, 47% have criminal convictions against them. But let's talk about the other numbers.
You're wrong again. Absolutely. We'll get you the correct numbers so you can use them in the future.
Well, that's from your agency. Let's talk about our numbers here at CBS. 54% of Americans think the ICE agent shooting of Renee Good was not justified. 60% say the Trump administration responded to the ICE agent's actions unfairly. These numbers show you do not have the American public on your side. Does that concern you?
Well, the facts are that this individual weaponized her car and threatened the life of the law enforcement officer and those around him. And that is what the media needs to cover. People understand is the truth.
So this is, this is the thing. A lot of these people, she doesn't realize this. A lot of the people that disagree with ICE's approach, especially lately after they've been killing American citizens in broad daylight at point blank range, right? A lot of those people that disagree are actually people that voted for Trump. And but they're not able to, change scripts. They're not able to show empathy. That's really what it comes down to. Those people that when they saw those killings, those are people that voted for Trump, but they actually have empathy for other people. You see what I mean? And they're not able to deal with this because they've shown that from the top, they're trying to dish out no empathy whatsoever for human life. Like, they're trying to be cruel. That's part of their script. Like, for things to work the way they need it to work, they have to be allowed to be cruel from the top. They cannot acknowledge being wrong. Otherwise, it won't work. You see what I mean? So she's going to try to keep this script no matter what.
When they have the chance to hear the facts around the case. And this
when you have the chance to hear the facts around the case. She thinks the facts around the case are going to help her.
Individual was impeding law enforcement operations for quite some time before this incident happened. It's a tragedy that this situation has happened in this country, and we hope there's never another situation like this before. But this officer relied on his training to defend his life and to defend those around him, and we're grateful that we're in a situation where we hope that more people don't weaponize their vehicles like this. We're seeing it happen over and over again. We've seen over 100 different vehicle weaponized and attacking law enforcement officers.
She ain't seen weaponized yet. She hasn't. They have not seen weaponized yet. They have not seen weaponizing a vehicle yet, But as Marjorie Green Taylor said, you might start seeing some weaponizing of a whole lot of shit if they don't stop this shit now. And this is like, but the woman, she wasn't weaponizing it. She was trying to leave. She was afraid and was trying to leave and tried to drive away from the officer. And the officer just wouldn't let her. He just had to shoot her in the head to stop her from fleeing, and that's illegal.
Officers, I would hope that Mayor Fry, when he's on here, that he'll announce that he's going to start working with us to bring safety to the streets. If he would set up a peaceful protest zone so that these individuals can exercise their First Amendment rights and do so peacefully. Okay,
so more gaslighting, you know what I mean? Like, we need to show you how to exercise your First Amendment rights. Just, what do you want us to do? I mean, we come from a country where people said we're singing "We Shall Overcome" and had dogs sicked on them and fucking and batons, and she's talking about she want to teach somebody. The person that was singing, they don't even acknowledge. They just ended off all government financing for Martin Luther King Day. They just ended that shit. Then they want to take pictures down and images. Then they want to compare him to Charlie Kirk and shit. It's like, it's just all gaslighting. It's all gaslighting, it's all gaslighting.
Peacefully, we would love that, because then we could work together to make sure we're getting criminals to justice and letting people still express their First Amendment rights.
Well, that it is in dispute about weaponizing a car versus driving forward, but I'll put that aside.
No, it's really not. Everybody can watch the videos and see that.
Well, let me talk to you about the officer, Jonathan Ross. He was struck. He was hospitalized.
Well, don't say his name. I mean, for heaven's...
Jonathan Ross, you're going to get it. You're going to get it, Jonathan Ross. I hope you ride in hell, motherfucker.
Sakes, we shouldn't have people continue to dox law enforcement when they have an 8,000% increase in death threats against them.
Don't dox the Ku Klux Klan member. Don't do that. That would be terrible. Don't dox the Ku Klux Klan.
I know, but that doesn't mean it should continue to be said. His life, he got attacked with a car that was trying to take his life, and then the people have attacked him and his family. And they
shot a woman in the head and then walked down there to make sure she was dead and then just left her for dead. No first aid, no life support, nothing. Just like, oh, well, the bitch is dead. Good job.
They are in jeopardy. And we have law enforcement officers every day who are getting death threats and getting attacked at their hotels.
Well, so what? Congress people getting threats. I mean, what is she talking about? This is all a part of it now. You know, they walked in this kind of death threat stuff. You know, they walked in this kind of lack of care. You know, and the thing about the lack of care thing, I think Marjorie Greene Taylor is onto something. That when you introduce the lack of care, it's hard to take it out. It's actually hard to take it out.
Can you tell me about his status right now?
Thrown at them.
It's like giving people license to like what she said, don't dox the officer. Well, they dox people all the time. You know, I mean, that's what they've been doing. They've been doing, you know, Trump has been sicking the dog whistles on loads of people already. And did you hear the way they talked about Trump look at this. Trump made an announcement last night. Listen to how she's talking in retrospect. Here, let's check this out. This is really interesting because she, on one hand, wants people to, you know, check themselves on how they respond. You know, she's gaslighting everybody, wants to make it seem like, you know, people are doing her harm, right? But check this out. Check this part out. This is crazy. Let me see here. Where is this at? Here we go. Check this out. Check this out. This is just what happened an hour ago.
Donald Trump is having a psychotic meltdown at 1:30 a.m. He is attacking Alex Pretty when Trump's ICE and Border Patrol Gestapo murdered Pretty. Here is what Donald Trump just
Steffelson, appreciate that.
Posted, further defaming Alex Pretty. How depraved is this? This is a real message Donald Trump posted at 1:30 a.m. East Coast time. He goes, agitator and perhaps insurrectionist Alex Pretty's stock has gone way down with the just released video of him screaming and spitting in the face of a very calm and under control ICE officer and then crazily kicking in a new and very expensive government vehicle so hard and violent, in fact, that the taillight broke off in pieces. It was quite a display of abuse and anger for all to see, crazed and out of control. The ICE officer was calm and cool, not an easy thing to do under the circumstances. Make America great again. Can you get more depraved than this? As Alex Pretty, who's courageous, who is a hero, who was an ICU nurse at the VA.
Right. So
we go now.
So you all get that, right? Now listen.
Justice, and we're going to keep doing that no matter how much you guys keep lying and don't tell the public the truth. It absolutely is that these law enforcement officers are out there every day doing the work to protect the American people, and they will keep doing that because they believe in enforcing the law, which is exactly what President Trump has charged them with.
Okay, well, our reporting is that 47%, based on your agency's own numbers, 47% have criminal convictions against them. But let's talk about the other numbers.
You're wrong again. Absolutely. We'll get you the correct numbers so you can use them in the future.
Well, that's from your agency. Let's talk about our numbers here at CBS. 54% of Americans think the ICE agent shooting of Renee Good was not justified. 60% say the Trump administration responded to the ICE agent's actions unfairly. These numbers show you do not have the American public on your side. Does that concern you?
Well, the facts are that this individual weaponized her car and threatened the life of the law enforcement officer and those around him. And that is what the media needs to cover. People understand is the truth when they have the chance to hear the facts around the case. And this individual was impeding law enforcement operations.
It's my theory, because it's a theory that I've been saying this for a minute, is that it's not an accident that they all do this. Like, this is part of their little Russian scam. Their gaslighting, this is all planned out, like, because this is not just like an individual gaslighting. This is an entire administration gaslighting, using the bully pulpit, using the media to just simply, no matter what you see, to gaslight. That tells me that this is a concerted effort. Like, it's not just something she's doing. It's something they've talked about as a strategy. If you just keep telling lies, if you use the media and keep telling lies, then it will affect enough people, create enough doubt, and that's all they need. They only need doubt. It's the same thing with this right here. Look, they're running down and they want to tamper with the elections, right? And then suddenly they number one, they're in Minnesota and they want suddenly election data. That's literally what they want out of Minnesota right now, election data. And if they get the election data, right, then they promise they can pull out, along with a few other things. But why do you need the election data, right? Because it's all based on the pretext of the immigrant Trojan horse theory, the immigrant Trojan. So this idea that you have an immigrant, illegal immigrants, is going to allow you, that's going to be their Trojan horse into every government agency, every instance, everything they have to explain, everything they do, it will be based on, because it was an illegal immigrant murdering somebody there. It was an illegal immigrant sex trafficker. It was an illegal immigrant rapist. It was an illegal immigrant fraudster. And although the numbers don't justify any of what they're doing, that will be their excuse. You see what I mean? So they're going to just keep gaslighting people with this over and over and over, and no matter what, to the point where they don't even realize that people aren't believing their lies anymore. I mean, look at that data. The data is showing that people are not going for it. And there is a line in American society that transcends everybody, not just, or the multitude of people, not just left and right anymore, but it's like left and right are starting to break from this cosplay, but let's go on a little bit more, and then we can come back to more background. No, you know what? As a matter of fact, this is who they talking about right
the
here.
Federal deficit
Check
and benefiting ordinary South.
This is who they talking about. Kristi Noem. Look at this.
Desperate pick me, Kristi Noem.
Kristi Noem is what happens when women with shitty dads go into government instead of going to therapy.
Ouch. Ooh, I got one. Kristi Noem is what happens when somebody who grew up 21 hours of driving from the Mexican border gets put in charge of managing the Mexican border.
Kristi Noem is what happens when you source your esthetician in South Dakota.
Meow.
Look, it had to be said. Okay, let's start at the beginning. Before the self-proclaimed patriot Kristi.
I mean, I didn't actually know much about Kristi Noem. And then when I watched this, I was like, damn, this is so sad, because she doesn't have really much experience at anything. Like, and then she's been the governor of North Dakota. That must have been a big corruption trip for North Dakota, because what talent does she have? What experience does she have? Look, when you hear her story, you're going to be like, damn, this lady got no fucking real experience and nothing. Like nothing. And I'm not talking about degree. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about years working in something, proving that you could take something bad and turn it into something good, like life proof, work proof, that you did something good. Like, there's nothing there.
Noem was delaying FEMA's response to the Texas flooding victims by waiting 72 hours to authorize release of federal search and rescue resources, before the self-proclaimed family values politician was having what was described to the New York Post as a blatant and years-long extramarital affair with Trump dingleberry Corey Lewandowski, before the self-proclaimed fiscal conservative was wasting South Dakota taxpayer money on a plane for herself and one of the most legendarily stupid public awareness campaigns of all time, she was just Kristi Arnold, farm girl born in Hamlin County, South Dakota.
Christy was the 1990 South Dakota Snow Queen, which it turns out is not slang for the state's #1 cocaine dealer.
She'd be so much more interesting if it was. That is a bummer.
She also dabbled in rodeo queen pageants. Between that and her time surrounded by livestock on her family farm, it's no wonder Christy is so comfortable working with bullshit.
Christy's father loomed large in her life, and by loomed large, I mean he was a domineering and unpleasant person. Christy seems to think that her dad was a cool and tough guy, like a cowboy from the movies, like John Wayne or Clint Eastwood at the height of his powers. The stories Christy tells about her father make him sound like an abusive dickhead who probably should not have had kids. Like the story of the time when she was 10 and the two of them were elk hunting in Wyoming, and her dad told her to, quote, hunt her way back to camp, and then scurried off over a ridge. Little Christy spent the day terrified trying to find her way back, and years later found out her dad was following her the whole way, making animal noises.
That's very disturbing.
It's weird.
How about the story from Christy's 2022 memoir where her dad was having a hard time getting a stubborn cow to go in the barn, and so in front of little Christy and her siblings, he started punching the cow in the face. And then he slipped and fell and became pinned under the animal.
Okay, that is low-key slapstick. I mean, you deserve it. You're punching a cow in the face. You deserve to have a cow sit on you. Christy's father's legendary run as an emotionally dysregulated farm tyrant came to a tragic end one day when he tried to break the crust on top of a grain bin himself. An incredibly dangerous thing to do, and was sucked in and suffocated in the massive grain pile. It's a horrible way to die. New fear unlocked, as our associate producer said. But
100%.
Dawn,
as Christy Nome herself implied in one of her
Robin.
memoirs, she wasn't surprised that her dad was doing something he shouldn't have been doing. A farm is an especially dangerous place to be a reckless asshole with rage issues.
Christy had been attending Northern State University when her dad died in March 1994. She should have been about a month and a half away from graduating, but she says she dropped out of college to help out with the family farm. She gave birth to her first child in April of 1994, so I'm not sure how the timing on that worked, but whatever.
Christy Nome's family farm, by the way, has taken quite a bit of government money over the years. Between 1995 and 20...
Now, this is where it gets interesting. As soon as she got into government, she started ingratiating herself with public funds, and this is pretty much the MAGA trend. Like, they all do this.
2024, Ricotta Valley Ranch in Hazel, South Dakota, which Nome's family owns, has received more than $4.9 million in government subsidies. The years with the...
So they're on government welfare. Her farm is literally on government welfare. You see? So this is where it gets interesting. Now, how many of you in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you're for government welfare? All right. Put a 1 in the chat if you're for government welfare. Put a 2 in the chat if you're not. Yeah. And I'm going to see who answers. And if some of these trolls in the chat don't answer, then I'm going to put the chat in subscriber mode. So, Fran, are you for government welfare, Fran? Robbie, are you for government welfare? Right. Who else, man? Let me see here. John, are you for government welfare? Okay. Lou James, are you for government welfare? Okay. Let me see. Robbie, are you for government welfare? Mr. Nabbles, like that's a real name. Are you for government welfare? Let's wait and see, y'all. Let's wait and see. Look, none of those people I called out are actually answering, by the way. If you're for government welfare, put a 1 in the chat. If you're not, put a 2 in the chat. None of those people answered. So that's how you know that they're basically bots. But, AI bots, So how many do you all care? Is it okay if I put the chat in subscriber mode so we can make sure everybody's a real person, so we can have a real conversation? Just say yes if putting it and say no if you don't want me to put it in subscribe. Say yes if it's okay I could put it in subscriber mode, and say no if you think I shouldn't put it in subscriber mode. Let's see. Come on now. Should I put it in subscriber mode? Let's go. Well, I put it to you like this. Christy Nome is not against welfare. Listen to this.
whatever.
Kristi Noem's family farm, by the way, has taken quite a bit of government money over the years. Between 1995 and 2024, Ricotta Valley Ranch in Hazel, South Dakota, which Noem's family owns, has received more than $4.9 million in government subsidies. The years with the biggest government paychecks came during President Trump's first term between 2017 and 2021. Interesting.
It's not like Kristi's family were outliers either. South Dakota is one of the largest recipients of government.
That's $4 million. Her farm itself got $4 million of government taxpayer money. Like, straight up. That's government taxpayer. All of you all are paying for her farm. All of you maggots whose parents are losing their fucking homes and losing their goddamn health care, guess who you paid for? You paid for Kristi Noem's parents' farm, her family farm. That's what you did. Okay, just keep that in mind. Maybe you're not deserving like she is, though.
Quite a bit of government money over the years. Between 1995 and 2024, Ricotta Valley Ranch in Hazel, South Dakota.
Ricotta Valley Ranch. And where? We're not doxing them, but this is the information you need.
On that
you could go visit it, look it up, see if it's there for real.
Works, but whatever.
Kristi Noem's family farm, by the way, has taken quite a bit of government money over the years.
You could go visit it and see if they let you visit since you paid for this shit.
Between 1995 and 2024, Ricotta Valley Ranch in Hazel, South Dakota.
Hazel, South Dakota, Ricotta Valley Ranch,
which Noem's family owns, has received more than $4.9 million in government subsidies.
$4.9 million in government subsidies. Where are you maggots at? Where are you maggots at? Where are you trolls? You couldn't press subscribe? You decided you couldn't do that, huh? Are you even real? Yeah, exactly. Just, we know the game. We know the game over here, In any case, for the listeners, right? Kristi Noem, this lady, this wacko right here, this whack-ass lady right here.
We go now to Castlewood, South Dakota.
That's talking all this shit, has no heart, has no feelings for anybody, right?
Was raping children. I think those parents in Minnesota.
The offense versus just the civil infraction.
Every single individual has committed a crime, but 70% of them have committed or have charges against them.
Now, she don't care about lying, right, about anybody. She could take a person who was cleaning dishes for to pay their bills. She could take that person and turn them into an axe murderer overnight, right, and lie in your face while she's getting $4.9 million of government money for her own family's personal farm.
On violent crimes and crimes that they are charged with.
So this is the epitome of gaslighting. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, she's about to tell somebody else to go get a job, I bet. That's what those MAGA people do. Go to get a job. Do you ever have a job? Do you have a job? Why are you on YouTube? Do you have a job? They don't even care about Kristi Noem getting all their damn parents' money and shit. This is crazy.
Convicted of that have come from other countries that are here illegally, first of all, and then they have committed a criminal.
Right, because it's not a crime for her to get government money for her family's personal farm. That ain't a crime. She's from here. She just can get it.
Act while they've been here or in their home country.
Are these illegals asking me for $4.9 million yearly? Like, are they asking for money yearly? Just one family. This is one family. $4.9 million fucking dollars. Her fucking family's farm got $4.9 million government taxpayer dollars, and she got the nerve.
As well.
It's not.
I'm even wondering, do they even hire foreigners? Like, who's on her ranch? Who's working the fucking ranch?
70%.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
70% of everyone
you guys keep changing your percentage. You pick and choose what numbers you think work, but that is the facts. Is that 70% of the people that we have detained have charges against them or have been convicted of charges, and they need to be brought to justice. And we're going to keep doing that no matter how much you guys keep lying and don't tell the public the truth. It absolutely is that these law enforcement officers are out there every day doing the work to protect the American people, and they will keep doing that because they believe in enforcing the law, which is exactly what President Trump has charged them with.
Blah, blah, blah.
Well, our reporting is that 47%, based on your agency's own numbers, 47% have criminal convictions against them. But let's talk about the other numbers.
You're wrong again. Absolutely. We'll get you the correct numbers so you can use them in the future.
Well, that's from your agency. Let's talk about our numbers here at CBS. 54% of Americans think the ICE agent shooting of Renee Good was not justified. 60% say the Trump administration responded to the ICE agents' actions unfairly. These numbers show
you all want to know who she reminds me of right here? She reminds me of Venom.
I'm sorry, but I would hate to know that you represented me in any shape, form, or fashion, because you know what? People don't sit here and say choose this side or choose that side, because that ain't how it fucking works. There's only good and evil, motherfucker. That's all there is to it.
That reminds me of her, how she answers questions. You can't ask Venom shit. You know, you're going to get back gaslight or craziness.
Have the American public on your side. Does that concern you?
Nope.
Well, the facts are that this individual weaponized her car and threatened the life of the law enforcement officer and those around him.
All right, so people get the drift, right? She's off on a she's a nutcase. She's a nutcase.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
The officers attempted to disarm this individual,
but the armed suspect violently resisted, fearing for his life and the life.
So you could see, you know, this gaslighting is like their program. It's their plan. Their plan is to just lie, steal, lie. And here's the thing. They have the perfect excuse, right? They have the perfect excuse, which has been contrived also. It is the immigrant Trojan horse. That the thing that you're supposed to worry about is the immigrant. And they're going to use that immigrant worry to knock down the rest of democracy, to knock down the Bill of Rights, to knock down and eliminate your First Amendment rights, to eliminate your Second, Third, Fourth, Fifth Amendment rights, you know, 14th Amendment, all of that stuff, all of the amendments. They're going to use that Trojan horse to do it. And so now they've gone into Minnesota, but what did they want in the end? Election results, you know, because they know to get rid of Trump, you have to impeach him, right? But they don't, but Dems or the opposition doesn't have enough sitting senators and sitting congressional members, but the opposition will, right? So they're worried about that. So now they've taken it somewhere else.
In Georgia's largest county this morning, outrage following a stunning FBI raid on an election office. Agents with a search warrant working late into the night, seizing ballots and records from the 2020 election.
We don't know where they're taking the boxes.
A Democratic state lawmaker who observed the search posting this video online.
This is an order from on high to try to disrupt Fulton County's election administration just because Donald Trump is still mad that he lost the 2020 election.
President Trump has falsely claimed for years that
No, he's not mad. He's scared. He's not mad. This is how he stays in power. This is how his regime stays in power, by going after voter registration so they can know which people to single out for this next election, which people to make it difficult, to make their voting experience more difficult. That's what they're looking for. They're looking to purge voter rolls. That's what they said in the beginning. And they're using the idea of being an illegal immigrant Trojan, the illegal immigrant Trojan horse, to do it, right? Because everybody knows it's very simple. Each state, even in these states, they're all there to make sure that the election results come out clear and sound, right? So nobody wants illegal immigrants voting. Nobody wants that. And it's the same thing with the healthcare. They did this. They took away everybody's, or not everyone's healthcare, but hundreds of thousands, millions of people's healthcare, and made the rest pay more under the guise of illegal, again, the Trojan horse, the illegal immigrant Trojan horse. So they told everyone that illegals were getting healthcare, right? They're getting access to Medicare. They're getting access, so they're going to cut it back. But that was a lie. Really, the only thing that illegals had access to, or anybody, it's not just illegals, it's also tourists, it's anyone, it's also you and me, emergency care. And why is that? Because in emergency care, they don't have the time to try to find your ID before they give you life-saving care. That's the whole point. You see what I mean? And they turn that whole idea into something else. I mean, and now they're doing it. They did it with Minnesota. Turn the whole idea into What? Election results. Now we need voter rolls. Now they're down here.
2020 election was rigged against him. So
he's claiming that he thinks it's rigged, but he knows it wasn't rigged. They want to fuck over the voters, citizens. That's who they're after.
Bringing it up
That's who they're after when they're looking for immigrants. They're really after citizens. This is all about fucking over citizens. It's not the amount of people, citizens that they're going to fuck over just to justify finding a small amount of people, quote unquote, illegal immigrants. Oh man, it's going to be much greater than the illegal immigrants that are being affected. They're going to affect citizens way more than illegals.
Days ago in Davos, Switzerland.
It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did.
In a now infamous phone call months after the election, Mr. Trump asked Georgia's Republican Secretary of State to help him find the votes to overturn the results.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have.
You see, so it's gaslighting again. He's claiming that of all that he did, he's claiming someone else is doing.
Because we won the state.
That call, key evidence in a Fulton County criminal case brought against Trump and dismissed last year. A senior administration official tells NBC News that Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard visited the election center Wednesday, saying Gabbard has, quote, a pivotal role in election security and protecting the integrity of our elections against interference. But the top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, Mark Warner, is demanding an explanation, calling Gabbard's appearance, quote, a serious breach of trust that underscores why she is unqualified to hold a position that demands sound judgment and apolitical independence.
Right. So, exactly. And Wayne, you said you were listening to Midas Touch podcast and the shutdown was mentioned. Yeah, exactly. And it's in a shutdown, you know. There was some outlets that were reporting that they had reached a deal, and then I even saw some other reporting talking about Schumer. How could you do this? But I'm one who waits because I know that cycle is just always going to happen, right? But yeah, I heard they didn't make a deal. It went into shutdown, and it's going to stay there. You know, the MAGA Mike Johnson told people to go home. I don't know if the Senate is going to come back tomorrow and try to make something, but I don't think it's possible because there's way too many differences among the senators. I heard that the Republicans basically broke down fighting each other. I mean, that's what Midas Touch reported, at least. And it makes sense because they're cracking. Listen, American people need to know this. Joe Biden didn't take your health care, and Joe Biden didn't make you pay more for your health care. Kamala Harris didn't do that either. This president did that. You know, and people need to really know Joe Biden didn't ingratiate himself with billions and billions of dollars. That's not what Joe Biden did. That's what this president did. And he did it more than once. You know, it's just that simple. There's a lot of there's this concept that's out there that people try to promote that the Democrats and the Republicans are the same. No, they're not the same. They're not the same. And, you know, trying to sell people this good cop, bad cop theory is way oversimplified. Listen, you might have two parties or, you know, and you might have some independents, but it doesn't matter. Within every party, there's differences. You're still dealing with individuals, and these individuals don't just go along all the time. You can see that, you know, so trying to paint it out like this is as simple as good cop, bad cop, and no. Is life fair? No. Are there plenty of injustices? Yes. But this is not two parties that are working together to scam the American people. No, there's a fight inside, you know, inside of the U.S. dealing with individuals. Even if people sign up to be part of the Democratic Party, that doesn't mean they align 100% and are fighting 100%. And it's the same thing with Republicans, you know. So get your ass out there and vote. You know, it doesn't matter what party you're a part of. Vote. Register to vote. Just register to vote. And I would tell people, you know, if you're selling this idea about, you know, it's Republicans and the Democrats and nobody inside of any of them cares about anybody. Come on now. You're being too childish. You're being too simple-minded. You know, the problems are much more complex than that. And you need to apply yourself to this a little bit more. You know what I mean? Don't be the type that gives up so easily before you applied yourself to something. You know, these parties can only be as good as the people inside of them. You could be one. I could be one. If I'm going to complain and you think that it's all a setup, why don't you try to get inside of it? Why don't you just mobilize people in your own communities? Listen, I'm going down. And the reason why I say this is because I don't come from Copenhagen, Denmark. Myself, I don't come from Denmark. I come from Washington, D.C. But even I'm co-organizing a demonstration. I've co-organized demonstrations before in the past, but I don't come from here. I participate in the society I want to have. And if you want to have a better society, stop making excuses for it. Stop sitting back and pointing the finger at somebody else when you can be a part. You can run yourself. There's no law that says you need anything to run for mayor, to run for Congress. There's no qualification. There's no qualification other than you get people to vote for you, the person you fucking are. And if people don't vote for you, maybe you're not getting your ass out there in the public and doing the work. You got to hit the ground. You got to do the grassroots. You got to be willing to do the grassroots work yourself. That's what it takes. And it doesn't take $1 million. It takes your lazy ass sacrificing something and knocking on doors in your own fucking community, in your own fucking part of town. Stop dissing people that do that. You know, like seriously, people need to wake up. If you don't think the party is pushing it hard enough, get your ass out there and push it. You know? Yeah, sorry about that. But for real, I'm just saying, like, people are, you're going to get hit with a wave of disinformation or mediocrity that's going to have you feeling like you don't have any power. No. Resist that. You have the power. It's in your hands. Stop pretending like everybody's stopping you and there's nothing you could do. No, you're not applying yourself. You have to apply yourself. And also, the reason why I know that is because, shit, can't nobody else take credit for my life but me. You think I want somebody else acting like you can just be me? Like, that's easy? No. Ain't nothing I've ever done in my life just been fucking easy. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Easy left when I was a teenager. Nothing in this book. Even the shit that I did as a teenager with my homeboys in this book was not easy. There's nothing easy there. That wasn't easy. That takes a lot. That takes a lot. You know what I mean? So stop thinking you don't need to get out there and mobilize. You know, you got to get out there and mobilize. And your country is calling on you, you know?
The White House overnight referred questions about the raid to the DOJ and FBI, who declined to comment on its substance. We should learn more today when the president...
My friends, the people I kick it with, they ain't had it easy and they ain't crying like they needed it to be easy. They applying themselves and they doing what they should be doing, not making any excuses and getting the rewards from their applied work. You know, like seriously, that's what it's about. Is life fair? Ha 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 ha. Why would you think it is? Is it easy? Ha ha ha. Where did you get that from? Nowhere. Can you overcome the odds? Abso-fucking-lutely. That is your actual goddamn job. Period. To overcome the odds and apply yourself.
Holds what could be another marathon cabinet meeting here at the White House. Craig?
Garrett Haake from the White House. Garrett, thank you. Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget that you can catch the Today Show.
This is crazy. Tulsi Gabbard.
Joining us, the Vice Chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Mark Warner of Virginia. Senator, thank you for being here. First off, why is Tulsi Gabbard there? What could she have to do with this case?
Well, Katie, I want to get to Tulsi, but let me just say about the raid itself. Your previous reporter is right. You can try to get a search warrant. But there are two facts that also ought to be reported on this bizarre raid. One is that it's been reported, at least, that the FBI head of the field office in Atlanta, which includes Fulton County, has suddenly either quit or been fired. So to me, that smells like the local FBI guy didn't think this passed muster. And we need to get the answer on that. And traditionally, when you bring a search warrant like
this administration is scared. It's crumbling. It's crumbling. And it's going to crumble completely as long as the American people stop accepting mediocrity. Stop accepting mediocrity, because listen, you see, these people are basically gaslighting you. You know, who else gaslights people? Sex traffickers gaslight their victims. You know, like seriously, when you allow people to gaslight you, they're going to treat you extra bad. And that is exactly what has been happening. You know, they've got a lot of people stuck like deers, you know, looking into headlights, like standing there not knowing what to do. Yo, people better wake up, because they are going to steal your freedom, like straight up. They don't care at all. And I'm telling you, this is definitely something to do with Vladimir Putin. This is not an accident. This is not an accident. This is part of a plot to destroy the fucking U.S. Like, you just have to understand that. And that gaslighting from all of them is part of it. They are compromised people. They are compromised.
Like this, the person who is prosecuting the case is the local U.S. attorney. Well, the U.S. attorney that signed on this search warrant to go to the judge is the U.S. attorney from Missouri. So if you talk about something that, at least at the front end, smells really bad, and the concern from the local officials about what is going to...
It's definitely Putin's playbook. Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, they're going after the elections. That's why Putin has been the leader of Russia. How long? And they do this. They're going to shake it. They're going to attempt to do the same goddamn things if people let them. Do you think Russia? I mean, how proliferated do you think weapons are for citizens in Russia? Not like the United States of America, you know, not at all. And luckily, the U.S. still has plenty of checks and balances. But listen, they really do want to break through those walls all the way. And there's people compromised from the Congress, Senate, like very compromised, and the Supreme Court. I mean, this is what has been alleged, you know, like straight up. So if you ever been wondering why Trump was ever allowed to run for office in the first place, because a lot of people have been compromised and helped him do it the second time. That's not normal. Most governments are not going to, governments that function well, they're going to eliminate corruption, you know, but Trump is highly corrupt, and he's going for it. You know, he's literally going for it. And you MAGA people, I'm just telling you, you know, if you think that he cares about you, you've just been gaslighted. The man does not care about you at all. He doesn't care about you. It's all about corruption. He's going to sell the United States of America down the tubes for Putin. That is what he's going to do. And he is going to get handouts the entire way. Everything he's a part of is getting handouts for his family until his day is over. He doesn't care about what happens to anybody after that. He is on his way down because he is compromised. He don't have a choice. He doesn't have a choice. I mean,
what happened to their election?
If you've been involved in sex trafficking little kids, and other people know about it, and other people know what is this stuff, things like what Sasha Riley has been saying. If other people know these things, and you've been doing that to more people, and they know this, you're basically fucked. You're basically fucked.
Returns and data, this thing stinks. Then we get to Tulsi Gabbard. And again, your reporters are right. Her job is to look at foreign interference in our elections and to oversee all of the bad guy efforts in terms of spying. And the remarkable thing that needs to be...
In terms of what? Spying? She's the spy master? Listen to this.
Foreign interference in...
Exactly.
Our elections and to oversee all of the bad guy efforts in terms of spying. And the remarkable thing that needs to...
What's up, Wake Up, Mate? So you see how even she ties into that theme, because she's a Putin sycophant any goddamn way. You see what I mean? And now she's down there looking for, doing something with the elections, just totally out of pocket. It's not even her agency that's supposed to be there, but somehow she's, so listen, this is a playbook. This is a hit on the United States of America. This is a hit on all these farmers, all the people that claim to be hardworking Americans and all that. This is a hit on you. Like, it doesn't matter what your political party is. This is a hit on American families and their children. And if people don't understand it for what it is, you are headed for even more suffering and pain. And they're going to look you in the face every day and lie to you, just like Tulsi Gabbard was doing, just like Kristi Noem was doing.
Reinforced to all
Tulsi Gabbard is even worse at gaslighting, even worse. Like, it's horrible. But I'm telling you, it can't be that they're willing to do this, all of them, that can't be a coincidence. That can't be a coincidence.
Your listeners and viewers, is that Tulsi Gabbard over this last year has literally taken apart what was called the Foreign Malign Influence Center, the center inside the intelligence community that was supposed to look at potential voter interference. Because, again, she's still been an election denier. She is a sycophant to Donald Trump. The speculation, at least up here.
This is a straight up hit on the elections. And, yeah, what people are going to do about it, we're going to see. Exactly, Lisa. Exactly. Biggest transfer of wealth wealth to the rich and all that. Exactly. Biggest transfer of wealth to the rich that's ever existed in humanity. You know what I'm saying? Like, just period. Just like it's sad, but people need to wake up. And I would encourage people that are Republicans, MAGA, their parents were Republicans or anything like that. If you have any decency, wake up, because these people have used this immigrant Trojan horse concept to knock down every pillar of democracy, you see, and it's got to stop somewhere. And listen, if it doesn't stop right now with people coming together, standing up for the Bill of Rights, standing up for the pillars of democracy in the country, and demanding a real government, because right now you have none. You have a compromised one. If people don't stand up now, it's only going to hurt you worse later. It's not that it's not going to get easy. This thing is not going to disappear on its own. It's not. It has to be thrown the fuck out.
On the Hill is that, she's done such a dreadful job that she's been excluded from most of the national security activities of the last couple of months. She's never been up here to brief, on Venezuela, Iran, or Greenland, you name it. And maybe this is some feeble attempt to get back in the good graces of her boss, Donald Trump, and to feed into his obsession about losing the 2020 election. That is at least some of the speculation up here.
That's interesting.
Yeah, dang, it's the money, man. Dang said Vance hated Trump not too long ago. Exactly. Why would he flip out like that? So weird. Exactly. But it's Peter Thiel, man. It's the oligarchs. They see. When you got different elements of power that merged within Trump, more than has ever merged behind one president before. More, because you have foreign criminal element, which is huge. Also merged in with Trump's criminality, whatever he's been doing with Epstein. That's all tied in, and then you have the oligarchs inside of the U.S. that want to take advantage of that. And they don't have a problem with criminality as long as they're getting what they want, because where the common thread is this: they don't like democracy. See, criminals don't like democracy. Oligarchs don't like democracy, because democracy are the guardrails for both of them. You see what I mean? So they have that in common. And if the American people are going to sit down and let that happen, then these people feel like, why not? That's what it is. If they know you're going to sit down and do nothing about it, why not take your country?
There has been talk in, I guess, some of the the more conspiratorial corners of the internet and MAGA world that the capture of the Venezuelan president would lead to him admitting or revealing evidence about how Venezuela was able to target and manipulate ballots through like Dominion, et cetera, voting booths, voting machines. Do you have any reason to believe that?
But listen, here's the thing about it. Here's the gaslighting. When the CIA said this about Russians and Trump, China and Trump, or China in the elections, Russia in the elections, when they said that about Hillary Clinton, and when they said this, you know, they just dismissed it. The Trump regime, everyone down with them, they all said it wasn't real. It didn't happen. And now they're attempting to produce the same exact thing fraudulently. Now they're going and saying it could happen. They weren't helping Trump. They were helping Hillary. They were helping Biden. But before they were like, it's all made up. But now it's not all made up. You see that? So basically they're working together. Trump himself called for Putin to help them find Hillary's quote unquote emails. So he called for foreign interference, literally himself. I don't know what type of president you think you voted for, but for me, I would never do that. I'm a proud American. Why the hell would I invite Putin into anything American? Why would I do that? That's just treasonous. That's treasonous, you know? And people are about to find out, because I'm going to tell you, they hate Americans. Like, there's loads of people that would like to see the U.S. go into civil war and be broken apart. So take a look at this map. You know, very simple. So it can be broken apart into smaller countries. See, they don't want a country being that big. They don't want 350 million people being a country. It's the same thing about the EU. There's a lot of people that don't want the EU because they feel like this many people in a union is not good. Russia only has 150 million people. The US has 350 million people. The EU has 450 million people. Oh, you guys can't see this. The EU has 450 million people, right? You see, that's just the EU right here, right? This area, this is the EU, right? This is the US. Smaller landmass has 350 million people. So the rest of the world has smaller populations, right? And not everybody, but you know, generally speaking, when you're talking about big economies, India has a bigger population, of course, right? India and China do, okay? But when you're dealing with the Western countries, you're dealing with the U.S., Canada, and you're dealing with the EU. So these two have big numbers in their population, right? So they're a driving force behind the West. So if you want to take a stab behind the West, you're going to take a stab at these two. This is what you're going to do, right? And right now, you have to understand, Russia and China would love for the United States of America to go into a civil war, to split it up. That would be a gift for them. It wouldn't just be a temporary gift. It would be a forever, ever gift, you see? And people just have to understand the moment for what it is right now. And because it can get that bad. It can get much bad. You know, the U.S. is much smaller. Well, the U.S. geographically is smaller than the EU. And it is the number wise, it has smaller population, 100 million less people. 350 million is the U.S., 450 million is the EU. I believe they're similar in proximity in terms of geographical size, but the EU is a little bit bigger, I believe. But Russia is way bigger than all of them, but only has 150 million people. So the manpower and the economy is just not there, right? But China's manpower and economy is there. You see what I mean? And for them to move forward, you know, it would be wonderful if one of these two things could be broken up. So Putin is being like China's, you know, dog, basically. He's doing the work for China, kind of like in a better way than North Korea could really do. You know, Putin, you know, Russia owes China everything at this point. They owe the Chinese. Chinese going to end up owning Russia, half of Russia easily, right? And it's going to be a problem there too. It's going to be a problem in Russia. The oligarchs have stolen all the people's money. And this is what Trump has done. Trump has tried to adopt that because he doesn't literally give a fuck. He doesn't give a fuck about the American people, just like Putin doesn't give a fuck about any Russians. You know what I'm saying? So there's a political issue. I don't have an issue with Russian people. That's different. The goddamn government is extremely oppressive. And as Americans, are we going to let our government get oppressive towards us like this? I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy.
That wrinkle is part of why Tulsi Gabbard might be in Georgia.
I can tell you this. All of this speculation has been investigated. Is there a hypothetical case that new information can come about, or is it potentially, as your reporter said, some of the conspiracy theorists had suddenly say there was a Italian satellite that was beaming in, and, the stuff that I'm not even sure Laura Loomer, the crazy right-wing troll, it's the kind of stuff she would advocate. But I've had no indication, and in a normal administration, as somebody that was very involved in election interference and frankly gave the first Trump presidency kudos for running a safe election in 2020, if there was some new information in a normal administration, they would have an obligation to report that to the Intelligence Committee, of which I'm vice chair and was formerly the chair.
Now let me play Donald Trump in Davos talking about the 2020 election.
It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be.
Right. So they're going to blast this new message, these conspiracy theories. They're going to blast them 100% all the way up to this election, and that's why they got Tulsi Gabbard there, and she's going to try to solidify it, because they need some intelligence agency to actually put their stamp on it. Like, that's right. You see what I mean? So this is what the play is. The play is, it's obvious. It's the election. You see what I mean? Because the election is the only way. Tia, what's up, Tia? There you go. Yeah, the election is the only way they can remove Trump without violence. You see what I'm saying? I hate to put it that way. Without violence, the election is the only way to remove Trump. You see what I'm saying? So this is obviously what Trump is worried about, and this is obviously what they're making a move on. Let me let a little more of this play, and then let's go.
Rigged election. Can't have rigged elections.
Exactly. That's why he went into Fulton County. That's exactly right, Norm. Exactly.
Are you concerned that this raid on
Norma? I'm sorry, Norma.
on the search of the Fulton County Elections Office, that it's going to be used?
Oh, you didn't remember it because this shit is just fast moving. Nobody can. It's hard to keep up with every bit and piece, but it's moving rapidly. It is moving rapidly, but that shows you how scared they are and how worried they are of losing power. Like, they see rapidly the American people are losing faith. And more importantly, that Republicans, people that voted for Trump, are losing faith in this administration. They're seeing that the criminal acts have gone too far. And but the problem with this is that their whole plan has been criminal. So when your whole plan has been criminal and it's just been going on and on and on and on and on, see, they're not worried just about losing the election. Yeah, the election is important, but why is it important? It's important because if they get removed, these people are worried about fucking going to jail and being tried for treason. So this election is their lifeline. If they do not tamper, if they can't tamper this election, they are going to jail, a lot of these people, because they have literally committed crimes. They've literally committed crimes, so it is what it is.
Pretext come 26.
I mean, do you think they want to be tried for treason? Some of them definitely. It's going. Look, when this regime is gone, there will be criminal trials. Yes, because Tia, exactly. These are criminal acts. So it's not just the election for the sake of the election. It's not that he's just scared of being removed because, for no reason at all. It's because he's going to go to jail, and the rest of them will too. They're going to be locked up, all their assets seized. There will be no place they can run or hide if they lose power.
Or even 28?
Yes.
All right, so let's go over to now Brian Taylor Cohen and Mark Azias.
This is Democracy,
right?
Watch, Mark.
They broke this down also. Check this out.
A very, very bizarre story here. Obviously, we all heard about the search warrant being executed in Georgia to seize the ballots there from the 2020 election. But
now Mark Azias, right? For people that don't know, this is like one of the lead attorneys, right? That is out there fighting for democracy, like literally hundreds of cases in courts right now. So you got to understand that. So people go to his website, you know what I mean? And support it. Because this guy is huge. He's huge. And just in case for the people that don't know who he really is, he's not just a person talking on a podcast. He's not an elected official. No. This guy is an active lawyer fighting cases across the country, cases that affect your life, cases that are about how your kids are living, how your family is living, and how you're living.
Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, was also photographed there. And I'm going to put the photo right here on the screen, kind of like a made-for-TV photo where it's kind of her in the background, grainy. What reason would there be for the DNI to be anywhere near the 2020 ballots in Georgia?
None. And it's not just being near the ballots. It's why is the DNI at a law enforcement search, right? I mean, the White House and the Department of Justice put out a statement saying that this was a lawful search, right? This was conducted pursuant to lawful process. Where on earth does the Director of National Intelligence fit into the Federal Bureau of Investigation conducting a search? And the answer is nowhere. And so there are no good answers to why she's there. She may have been there because she has been cut out of Venezuela and cut out of foreign policy. And maybe she's just sucking up to the Trump administration and to the president by saying, hey, look, I'm here on the ground. The problem with that is, how the hell did she find out there would be a search? Like, how did she find out to show up in?
Yeah, wake up. I don't know what you're talking about, man. You didn't get muted. Not sure what that's about. You might have another issue, but nah, nobody's muted you. I can see your messages.
Georgia in a search that was under seal prior to being executed. The second possibility.
Retiree. No, make sure you register. Make sure you register long before 30 days before the election, and follow up again 60 days before to make sure it's there, and follow up 30 days before it's there, and then follow up 2 weeks before the election and a week before, because they are definitely going to try to fuck this election over. Like, straight up. Like, everybody needs to, especially if you're in one of these places where they got your voter registration data. Look, they're trying to get it out of Minnesota. They've gotten it out of Fulton County now, out of Fulton County, Atlanta. They have that, and they're likely going to go after many other places, like, straight up.
Is that
10-4. Yeah, 10-4.
She has somehow been deputized to.
But excellent point. I mean, democracy is not free. People need to follow up on democracy,
to look into the 2020 election or fraud more generally. Donald Trump has a history of pulling people from one job and putting them someplace else. I mean, hell, Marco Rubio could have been
there. Has like 6 jobs, like the national archivist. He's the Secretary of State. He just got a brand new job recently. I can't even remember what it was.
Right. So, who the hell knows? Maybe that's possible. But I think the most likely reason, and the thing that should really send shivers down everyone's spine, is remember that in 2020, when I was representing President Biden and the DNC and the Democratic Party in fighting against all these lawsuits, among the spurious allegations, among the craziest of the crazy conspiracy theories.
Yeah. Listen, wake up. I hope you can hear me, but you have to be mindful of how YouTube works. Sometimes it's like what Eric, who was that? Norman said, or Eric, one of them said that YouTube, it was Eric. Sometimes YouTube will delete something and get it. That is totally facts. So listen, it blocks it. Or see, I'm sorry to stop this, but I just want to let Wake Up know in the chat. Listen, it has nothing. What's going on? If you got muted, it doesn't have anything to do with subs, because I can tell from my side who's doing what. But what I can tell you, it's likely has something else to do with some keywords or something like that YouTube didn't like, and then it will do something else automatically. It does, because my YouTube channel is set up that way. Nobody has to do anything about it. You see what I mean? So just to let you know, yeah. But if you get muted, if anybody gets muted by a sub, I can see it. So
were these things about foreign governments interfering. There was, of course, the Hugo Chavez rigging the election, notwithstanding the fact that he was dead.
Layla, I appreciate that.
There were suggestions of
Miss Allison, absolutely, this is scary. It is scary, but people got to stand together. We got to band together. Like, just prepare everybody to make sure every community, when we get this information, tell your neighbors, go outside and talk about it. And I know it's not easy because some of our neighbors, are twisted in the brain. I have a couple of people I know that you talk to them, man. They've been in these goddamn, they've been in these QAnon websites where they got their brain totally fucked up. Like, they are way in the matrix and can't see what's going on. Like, so I know it's not easy, but there's going to be less of those people than others. There's a lot of people that want to get rid of Trump and they want to know what to do. There's probably even a lot of people that maybe never voted before that you're going to need to talk to and help out. But definitely, yeah, definitely.
Satellites and foreign governments beaming stuff. In Arizona, different state. BJ. Remember there was the allegation that there was Chinese bamboo filaments found in the ballots, right?
Oh, yeah.
So maybe part of the way they are going to argue that there was fraud in the 2020 election, because the ballots, I can tell you, they've been counted, they've been recounted, and they've been recounted, right?
So he's telling you about what's already happened in Fulton County. The ballots have been counted 3 times already. You see what I mean? So they didn't come out any different. You see what I mean? So
the Georgia election was counted once, and then Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, ordered a hand recount and a machine recount. So
they had a statewide recount.
I'm not going to count the ballots and come to a different conclusion. So maybe the way they're planning on paper overing this is by having Tulsi Gabbard say, "Oh no, but she has secret classified information that some foreign government was involved."
Exactly. And that's exactly what they're going to do. That's part of their playbook. You see what I mean? That's part of Putin's playbook too. You see what I mean?
Right. That only she would be privy to as DNI. And in fact,
Tia says those mofos are going to take the names of the registered voters and enact revenge. Yeah, they're going to try to do something. There's a lot that can be done. They get their names because look, we went over this. Let me see something here. We went over this yesterday. Now, let me just pull it up. It's about what is inside of that. They needed to get a what from a judge? To go inside of there? What is that called? I'm forgetting my English. I'm sorry. A warrant. Right. Okay. So let's see here. Let's just pull that up. Let's see here. Okay. Let me see. Oh, right. It's saying what Fulton County? What are they talking about? Go ahead. All right. Just to remind people, right? So what the Fulton County warrant allowed the feds to take, right? Here we go. In Georgia, warrants are often written very broadly. A judge typically authorizes seizure of anything that could be evidence of the suspected crimes. Physical documents, paperwork. Well, hold on. Let me see something. Yeah, because I can get a more specific answer here. I just want to make sure I'm getting the most specific information because there has been information about this particular warrant. Let's see here. Okay, here it is. What the FBI warrant actually authorized, right? According to reports. Now, items the warrant allowed the FBI to seize. Multiple news outlets have say the warrants targeted 2020 election materials. So there you have it. Physical ballots from the 2020 election, ballot envelopes and absentee ballots, okay, tabular tapes from voting machines, ballot images, digital records of votes, voter rolls and voter data, right? Other election records and documents. Voter rolls and voter data. That's your name, your address, who you voted for, and your party, I believe. Now, and date of birth. These items are explicitly listed. Copies of the warrant reviewed by journalists and officials, right? So the warrant is out. The warrant sought all physical ballots from the 2020 general election, among other records, right? The FBI searched the Fulton County election hub and operations center near Atlanta and removed materials from the facility. The laws cited in the warrant reports say the warrant referenced federal statutes involving preservation of election records, fraud involving knowingly counting fake ballots. Knowingly counting, don't you need someone to say they did that? This is the crazy shit. But look, when you're dealing with a person who already told you, they'll try to call in the Insurrection Act. Trump has been trying to find ways to stop this election the whole time. You know, if you really think about it, I mean, they've already seen this and known that the 2026 election might be an issue for them, given all the things they wanted to achieve. They had to foresee this. You know what I'm saying? What else? Fraud involving knowingly counting fake ballots. These laws were cited as possible grounds for the investigation. But legal experts noticed something unusual. The election happened over 5 years ago, raising questions about the statutes of limitations and legal justification, right? And plus, what is it? So are you trying to say that they do this all the time? What about every other election that's happened since then? You know, this is obviously outrageous, but they're scared and they have to find a solution for their problem. And this is their problem. What the investigation is about, according to reporting, right? The search is tied to renewed scrutiny of the 2020 election in Georgia, an election Donald Trump lost, but has repeatedly claimed was fraudulent. The FBI said only that it was executing a court-authorized law enforcement action without giving detailed explanation. Why is this warrant controversial? Officials and experts have raised serious concerns. Georgia official says audits and recounts already confirmed the election results. Right. Recounts. They've had 3 statewide recounts. Some lawmakers and critics warn the raid could undermine trust in elections. Others argue it may reflect political pressure or targeting of opponents, right? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Even some experts describe the search as unusually aggressive or risky for democracy. Bottom line, the warrant gave the FBI authority to seize ballots, voting records, digital election data, and voter rolls from the 2020 election. It's tied to a federal investigation into election record issues and alleged fraud claims. It's highly controversial because the election was already audited and certified and because the political implications are there. Okay, so there you have it. Yeah. So I don't know what of course it is outrageous, but they're going to do it anyway because, hey, if you wanted to stay out of jail, wouldn't you?
In fact,
I mean, they're going to get some jail time. You know, if they don't win this election, there is real jail time for these people. This is not minor jail time. See, what happened before is that some of these people got jail time already before. Really, some people people admitted crimes to the FBI when questioned and went to jail. But because they admitted the crimes, they didn't get as much time as you might think. Right? Michael Flynn, a whole lot of people admitted to committing crimes for Trump the first time around. Do you think they're going to get light sentences this time around? Do you think light sentences worked? Nope. They didn't work at all. So I think this time around, the only lesson is real sentences. You know?
She and random people on Truth Social and
That's right.
The only people who would know it.
Now listen to this part. Check this out. Sorry, let me let
hand recount, any machine recount. So they're not going to count the ballots and come to a different conclusion. So maybe the way they're planning on paper overing this is by having Tulsi Gabbard say, "Oh no, but she has secret classified information that some foreign government was involved."
Right. That only she would be privy to as DNI, and in fact,
only she. And random people on Truth Social and
that's right.
The only people who would know it are her and rando bots on social media.
That's right. At the skiff. And in fact, I wish I was joking because I'm gonna put
and that is exactly their plan, to flood the algorithm with bots that support this fraud election claim. That, you know, that's their whole thing, to make themselves seem bigger than they are. And they will pretend to be American people talking, just like they do in my chat. You know, now that the chat is open again, you're going to start seeing bots show up, AI bots automatically. Who's paying for this? Elon Musk. Who else is paying for it? Russia, China, you know, and others. You see what I mean? People that want to keep Trump in power, because what he is doing for them is helping them. You see what I'm saying? He is helping everyone else. He's harming the EU, he's harming NATO, and he's harming the United States of America, and he's trying to harm South America to push South America into China and Russia's arms. That's literally what he would like to do. Even though he says it's the opposite, it's not that. Because check it out, even though they went into Venezuela, they removed one person and left the entire regime there. Why do you think that is? Why do you think they just left the same regime there? So he obviously didn't do it for Venezuelan people. You see what I mean? Although they called the regime corrupt. You see? So yeah, this is just crazy. Okay, well, if you're not an AI bot, then guess what? Subscribe. How about that? Subscribe if you're not.
Right here on this screen, a post that Donald Trump amplified on Truth Social, and here's what he said. Maria Zack testified about the stolen 2020 election operation connected to Obama when he diverted $400 million from the infamous pallets of cash sent to Iran, funneling through the Dubai embassy to operatives in Italy and Merrill Lynch in Geneva, Switzerland. In return, Italian officials at Leonardo SPA used military satellites to help.
Now this is the lie that they're going to put up. Look at this. Let's peep this. And that message about bots, that's a general message, not just to one person, Enigma. So we're not trying to make this all about you, all right? This is about what we're discussing. So join the conversation, by the way. Make some comments that reflect what we're talking about here, okay? So let's see this again.
Here's what he said. Maria Zack testified about the stolen 2020 election operation connected to Obama when he diverted $400 million from the infamous pallets of cash sent to Iran, funneling through the Dubai embassy to operatives in Italy and Merrill Lynch in Geneva, Switzerland. In return, Italian officials at Leonardo SPA used military satellites to help hack U.S. voting machines, flipping votes from Trump to Biden using CIA-developed tools like Hammer and Scorecard, along with numerous other methods of fraud and manipulation. China reportedly coordinated the whole operation, providing the tech backbone and bribes to corrupt Americans. The CIA oversaw it, the FBI covered it up, all to install Biden as a puppet. This is the global election fraud cartel and the real threat against American democracy and the rest of the world.
All right, so you can see this is these will be the type of bot messages and troll messages, right? Sorry, maybe somebody's not a bot, maybe they're a troll, okay? Listen, Enigma, what state do you live in? Who's your healthcare provider? John Joe Jockety, whatever that is. What state do you live in? Who's your healthcare provider? That helps us, kind of measure, qualify the statements,
So we got everything there. You got Dubai, Merrill Lynch, Switzerland, Italy, Obama, Iran, CIA, FBI. I mean, it is just.
And China.
And China, how could I forget?
China and the FBI were both coordinating it all.
Yeah, and weirdly, the Democrats had the opportunity to effectuate this whole plan.
Now he's about to bust this shit wide open right here. So they have all these conspiracy theories out there, right? Or why Trump lost the election to Biden, right? Now listen to this.
The Democrats had the opportunity to effectuate this whole plan when they didn't have control of the federal government. But when the Democrats were running and did have control of the federal government in 2024, somehow they weren't able to make any use of any of this plan, even though it was Joe Biden's FBI and CIA who were in charge at the time in November of 2024. The same plan that apparently worked so cleanly in 2020 didn't work when the Democrats actually had control of the federal government.
Exactly. So now that they raised this point, Enigma 6, also Joe Jockety, let me know what state you live in and your healthcare provider. It's just so we can qualify your statements. We want to know if you're actual real American, and that's how we know, because most Americans know what state they live in and who their healthcare provider is, right? But in any case, yo, she loved me on payday. I appreciate that. Thanks for being on the right side of history. Yo, thank you for that comment. And hey, we all doing our best. At least I know who my healthcare provider is and what state I'm in. You know what I'm saying? And I would tell people, listen, if you really care about being in the chat, you should be a part of the conversation. Don't just ignore when you're being requested. You get to be in the chat. You should be grateful for being in the chat. But when I ask you what state do you live in and who's your healthcare provider, don't ignore the question. Because I could actually just block you out. You know what I'm saying? Like, so show me that you appreciate being in here, even if you don't agree with me. You see what I mean? Look, see, I don't care if you think I'm a bot. I'm not giving any. Okay, well, then there you have it. That's not an issue. You don't care. I heard that. I understand. You don't care. So that means you don't care. That's exactly what that means. Boom. Okay, so it's not a problem. You the one who said you don't care, so you don't have to be here. Enigma 6, no worries. Okay, now let's see here. Delaware, I appreciate that. Delaware, no one should. We just being honest now. I appreciate that. Anthem, Compton, California. There you go. See, we can all disagree, but let's be real about what we disagreeing about. Otherwise, this conversation is not going to go anywhere, and I'm not letting a bunch of trolls and bots take over the conversation. The conversation is more important than trolls and bots. You see what I'm saying? Even if you disagree with another American, let's disagree fucking for real. It's not a game. You see what I'm saying? At least have my goddamn respect. Even if you disagree or I disagree with you, at least we can respect each other on the basic level. You see what I mean? As Americans, even the Canadian there, I appreciate it. Yeah, real people though. You know what I'm saying? Let's be real people about it. Let's go.
Yeah, so there are a few things notable here. The first is, why the hell is the president of the United States following something at Skiff or whatever? Like, how does the president of the United States come to follow this guy or know what his content is? And why the hell doesn't the legacy media cover that? Like, this is just batshit crazy. I mean, the substance is crazy, but the idea that the president of the United States, who has access to the most classified information, the most expert analysis in his government, is social media posting this thing? Right. I mean, like, where is the legacy media? Why is it, Brian, that you and I continue to have to point this stuff out?
Exactly. So he said, where's the legacy media? Exactly. Where's the legacy media? This is where they let the American people down the last time, because listen, sorry, but these kind of stories that they just brought up, this kind of shit right here, this stuff, where is it at? This some crazy ass shit. Legacy media should be all over this, but we can't help but to notice that legacy media doesn't talk about healthcare really. They don't talk about education really. They don't really talk about it. They don't talk about how other countries in the West are doing education or healthcare. They don't really go in depth. Healthcare, 20% of all the federal taxes go into healthcare, which millions of people can't even get, but yet they're paying into it through the taxes. We're not even talking about the co-deductibles. That's a big enough chunk of taxpayer dollars for everybody to know how it works, right? That's a serious damn conversation. And legacy media hasn't done a story on healthcare, how it works and how other Western countries are doing it. When was the last time you seen one? So legacy media, they all got Trump's tax cuts. So just keep that in mind. They all came up under this Trump administration in a way that's the last people didn't let them get that rich off of it. You see what I mean? So, yeah, I'm just saying.
Martha's Vineyard, like stuff out. And it's why people need to follow your channel. It's why, we do these videos, but like, where the hell are they? But on top of that, as you point out, I mean, was Barack Obama doing all this from like Martha's Vineyard? Like, was he doing this like from Chicago? Like, he wasn't the president at the time. He was the former president. How the hell would Barack Obama have done any of that stuff when the person who was actually in the White House, who the FBI director answered to, who the CIA answered to, was actually Donald Trump?
Exactly. And Trump, this is exactly what they've been doing. I mean, look, who was president when Jan 6 happened? And what did Trump do? Trump said it was the Biden FBI later. What the hell? Is that what American people are going to go for? No matter if you MAGA or not MAGA, if you're an American citizen, you should fucking care when someone's lying to you. It shouldn't matter what party they are in when they're lying to you. And this MAGA movement have allowed people to lie to them over and over and over and over and over and over and over. I mean, it's just and take no accountability for it. I mean, there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. That means they don't like America. They don't like the United States of America. They don't like the pillars that are in place. They don't like the Bill of Rights. They don't like 4 branches of government. They don't like anything about it. They want to get rid of it. That's how you know when they just keep allowing lies and lies and lies from their own party to prevail.
Mark, do not let your facts get in the way of their conspiracy theories, okay? If they say that Obama colluded with Hugo Chavez from Martha's Vineyard to rig the 2020 election, that's how it is, okay?
But shouldn't Barry Weiss want to get to the bottom of this?
She should. I mean, and yet the reason that she's there...
Jeff Bezos want his Washington Post to be all over this?
And yet the reason that they're there is expressly not to do that, which underscores the need for news outlets like yours, Democracy Docket, to make sure that you can reach as many people as humanly possible. So I want to ask everybody who's watching right now, if you want to support the invaluable work that Mark and his team are doing, not just in reporting all of this stuff, and they're generally the first outlet to report any of this, but also fighting these battles on the front lines in the courts where it matters most. Mark is litigating 80 cases right now, including in 24 different jurisdictions.
Exactly. He's litigating 80 cases. So people, if you want to follow what's going on in the courts with democracy, and this administration, Mark Isaias is a good one to follow.
Jurisdictions to prevent voter data from being turned over to the federal government. That's private information that includes our social security numbers. He is what's standing between the federal government getting your voting data and not. So a small step we can all take to support his invaluable work in this space.
Yeah, because obviously this is going to have to be litigated in a court with this action that was just taken by the FBI, right? The entire thing is going to have to be litigated. So they're obviously going to make some kind of injunctions, right? I'm pretty sure that they've already started doing that, or the paperwork must be in, and they're pretty swift about this. So those of you who do not like the federal government that just went into Fulton County, you should check out Mark Isaias's YouTube page, right? But more importantly, support his organization. He has an organization that they do this kind of work for. So I doubt they really get paid that much, but they do need funding because it takes a lot of lawyers and cooperating to be in the courts every goddamn day. These are not people just sitting back doing nothing with people's money. Like, straight up, they're literally in the courts fighting it. So they've won a lot. I think Trump, I'm not sure what his record is, but it could be anywhere up to 80 of the things that they've tried to do that they've taken to court that they've actually lost themselves, So, but in any case, we are in a crucial point, Miss Allison. We're in a crucial point, and it's not a point that, I don't know how old you are. I'm 55, so I was born in 70. But in my lifetime, I've never seen another point like this. This is the most significant point in my lifetime. And it's just like the 50s and 60s were for the last generation, So people need to get out. We need to do extra work, not just sit in our homes and talk about things online. That's great. I mean, what we're doing is necessary, but let's also take it to the streets. Let's also look in our communities, find out what the mind state of our community members are, not just what their political views are, but that's important to be politically informed, right? But also how well they're doing too, how people can organize to best help people in these hard times, because it's really going to be about grassroots right now. The more grassroots work is being done and the more people that are out there on the streets doing it, the safer things will be, the better the outcomes will be. Because you already know they're going to use the internet to try to hit it up with trolls, hit it up with false information, lie to people. But it has to be a lot of people, a lot of volunteers putting the truth, going out and addressing the lies. So when we have a neighbor that says, and even I had to check somebody that I know online the other day that I know, well, I don't know that well, but I should know a lot better. But we're in each other's lives for a long time, right? It's a family member of mine, right? And they said something about, why don't I talk about both sides? Made a comment to me like that. Why don't you talk about both sides? And you know who I was talking about? I put up a post about Sasha Ripley, and their comment was, why don't you talk about both sides? I'm like, I just heard this man's audio tape 2 days ago. What the hell am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to not share it? I'm supposed to go look for another side? There is no side. You either against this kind of shit or you're not. There's no political side. You either are for justice or you're not. Like, yeah, seriously, what you want me to do? Talk about Bill Clinton? We talked about his ass, but Sasha Ripley is a new goddamn story. These audio files just came out and they like, why don't you talk about both sides? And I said, did you listen to the audios? No, I don't have to listen to the audio. You see what I mean? So, we got to get out there. We got to get out there in the public and take our country back, and by all means, take up space, communicate with our neighbors, because we have to make sure that this mindset is not allowed to be mediocre, be so mediocre. The intellectual mediocrity is like, with these conspiracy theories and all of this shit, is really, really stopping a lot of people. And we need to, more importantly, make sure people vote. I think that's the easiest thing. Like, don't let people be lazy this time around, because their rights are going to be challenged. Every single right we've grown up with is going to be challenged by this administration. Like, they are afraid for their lives. If they don't win this election, all this shit they did would have been for nothing, basically.
Is to subscribe to Democracy Docket. So I'm going to put that link.
Yeah, so it's Democracy Docket is Mark Isaiah's organization and also YouTube page. So.
Link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. Mark, I know that we talk about these crazy conspiracy theories and we kind of do it tongue in cheek, but is there some grave concern that we should have, not just by virtue of the fact that Trump is still trying to perpetuate this plan where he uses some bogus, bullshit pretext about a stolen 2020 election as a justification to be able to go in and rig the 2026 or 2028 election, that notwithstanding. But does the fact that Tulsi Gabbard or now other intelligence agencies have some participation in all of this, does that give you any added worry here?
It does for two reasons. First of all, Tulsi Gabbard is supposed to be defending this country against foreign threats. And to the extent she's, as you say, appearing to be posing for photo ops. And I don't know if she was posing, but it sure looked like that photo that you put up. I mean, she just happened to be caught on her phone in the back of a truck. I mean, to the extent she's doing that, she's not actually doing the thing that we desperately need as a country done. So I just want to start by sort of level setting there, right, that actually it is a dangerous world, and actually there's a reason why we have a DNI, and it's because that there's work to be done, and she's clearly not doing that. She's doing this. But the second reason is that, look, we expect our elections to be fair and free. We expect them to be run on the level. And the good news is that is done at the state level, not by the federal government. But the other thing we expect is that there will be a level of acceptance of results that we don't like. I didn't like the results of the 2024 election. And Brian, I know you didn't. And, people can go back and see, you and I did a video very early on in this, right after the election on this channel, in which you and I took head on the question of whether or not there was election interference that cost Kamala Harris the election. And we both said no. Like, we were able to do that in a way that the right wing can't. Well, here's the thing. Tulsi Gabbard is in a position to cause a lot of harm for people who are being lied to, people who are being misled, because she can suggest a nefarious plot involving foreign governments and have a plausible credibility because of her position. Now, this is also someone who has shown an affinity to Russia in the past, so that's also a concern. But she is able to convey a certain legitimacy.
These people are all sellouts. I mean, look, these people basically wouldn't have no real professions. This is the best job they've ever had. You know how a lot of people, when they're in government, they can leave government and maybe get better jobs, right? That's not this case. This case, these people never worked up to these positions in the first place. They don't have a real track record, you see. So it's kind of like they're on their way down, which is why they're grifting. When they got into these jobs, all you've been hearing about is fraud being committed. You see, because they know it. They know they're like fish out of water. So, so this is dangerous times, it's dangerous.
On ideas that are shown an affinity to Russia in the past, so that's also a concern. But she is able to convey a certain legitimacy on ideas that are completely illegitimate. And that can be quite dangerous in trying to not just run a free and fair election, but get people at the back end of it to accept it and not, for example, engage in a violent insurrection over it, right? Like, for all of the talk about lowering the temperature here and lowering the temperature there, like, her doing this only raises the temperature. I mean, Donald Trump is obviously the most malevolent figure here, but Tulsi Gabbard is kind of uniquely positioned to also be a really bad actor.
And I know that you and I are actually going to do a subsequent episode where we discuss all of the rationale for Trump continuing to engage in this whole process. So again, I would recommend that folks, if you're not yet subscribed and you want to see subsequent episodes of Democracy Watch, please make sure to subscribe, because we're going to keep talking about this. But why is it so important, if we can just give a general overview of why it's so important for Trump to prove, to try and prove, to offer this bogus basis for this idea that the 2020 election was stolen from him?
I think two reasons. First 31. Of all, because his entire movement is built on it, right? Like the one foundational principle of this cult-like movement that he has is that the 2020 election was stolen. Like that is the foundational lie upon which everything else is built. So
this is like, that's like the ego aspect of this.
It is. It's actually it's interesting because in some ways it's kind of like the Epstein files. Like he's gotten really
I like
beaten
how
up.
they said that. It's like the ego aspect of it. It's like, but nothing that Trump does has one reason, and that's what makes him very dangerous. He's not this. That's why I say these things aren't by chance. They're thought out. There's always 2 or 3 reasons why he takes an action. So in this case, his ego is involved. His ego's involved, but it's also the perfect excuse to raid voter information. That's what the real reasoning is. So it probably bothered him, and people probably talked about it and said, you know what? We can use that as, again, a Trojan horse, illegal immigrant Trojan horse, illegal immigrant Trojan horse. The election was rigged. How was it rigged? Who's on the vote? I bet you the next thing they're going to say is that there were illegal immigrants that voted, but they've already been through this. See, that's what they've been saying the whole time, that illegal immigrants have been voting. That's what they've been saying. And they're probably going to lean back on that. But it's not going to work. But he's going to keep trying it, and he's going to try it in other places because they don't have a choice. If Trump does not win, how can I say this? If too many Republicans lose, or too many Republican sycophants lose, right? The midterm elections, Trump is going to jail, and a lot of people are going to jail. So you got to think about it like this. If this was your life and you could go to jail for 20 years, what would you do to stay out of jail? Would you kill somebody? Would you commit another crime? What would you do to stay out of jail? And then if you had $1 billion, what wouldn't you do to stay out of jail? What wouldn't you do? Who wouldn't you pay? Well, these kind of things. So there's a potential for him to want to do a lot to stay out of jail.
Over the Epstein files by his base, because that was also a foundational principle in the MAGA movement, and he's not met it. And so part of this is just like him showing his base that they were not lied to there in the way that a lot of them feel they were lied to about the Epstein files. But the second thing is that, look, we have future elections coming up. And as important as it is that we not allow the lies to spread about the 2020 election, it is really important that we not allow Donald Trump to have dry runs about how he sees ballots.
Exactly. Who is this in the chat? Gotti UT3661. Excuse me. Listen, no one's forcing you to be here. You should be happy I'm letting you in the chat. But since you are here, cooperate. So, what state do you live in, and who's your health care provider? God Udi. What state do you live in, and who's your health care provider? Are you a real person? Are you what are you? Are you a troll? What state do you live in? And I'm only going to ask you this one more time. You got 30 seconds. What state do you live in? Okay, you Jamaican? Well, then guess what? Stay in Jamaica for the moment. Stay out of motherfucking. What the fuck? You think you gonna come up on my chat and say some nasty shit about me, man? Get your ass out of here.
And
you hear me down there talking about, I don't even know one Jamaican politician and shit, and he's up here.
We're going to talk about this in the next episode, which may very well be
He don't have one American problem. He doesn't have one American problem. His health care is not going up 3-4 times. You know what I'm saying? His voter registration office is not getting raided. It's like, what the hell?
Most important episode Brian and I have ever.
And Ron Sesafix, what state do you live in, and who is your health care provider? Don't let these new people come in here, y'all. Mods, ask them. If they don't answer these questions, time their ass out. Ask them, each one of them. If anybody you suspect, ask them, what state do you live in, and who's your health care provider? They don't want to cooperate. Give them 1 minute. If they don't answer after 1 minute, time them out.
Ever done. So I hope you make sure you're subscribed to the channel, but also watch that episode, because I fear that it is a dry run. That he wants to know how you would seize ballots and have them counted without the state being involved. And like this was he has not entirely picked that lock, but this was a big.
Thank you, Tia.
This was a big move in that direction.
In terms of Tulsi Gabbard, is what we're seeing right now grounds, in your estimation, to either investigate or impeach?
Both. As a matter of fact, can we just make this easy and impeach them all? This is they've already all committed impeachable offenses to the 100th degree. You know what I mean? But let's hear what Mark says.
I think so. Look, I think that the whole way in which Donald Trump has comported himself in just, let's say, the last 2 months, okay? Forget about the first 11 months of administration. Just like in the last 2 months or last month, he's either not well or he is just completely overtaken with power.
Yeah.
But he is not acting in a way that is, even in the wide spectrum of abnormal being normal. Like, he is saying and doing things that are just off the radar screen. He is making mistakes. He is confusing where he was the day before. He is confusing dates. He's got weird bruises on his hands. Like, there is something fundamentally not right, whether you say impeachment or oversight or the 25th Amendment. Like, I'm going to leave aside for a second the exact box to put it in, but there's something really wrong going on. And there needs to be a deep look into that. Now, beyond Donald Trump, you have an administration of people who have no business holding their position. So if it were up to me, if it was Congressman Mark and Senator Elias, I was in both chambers, Would I? Yeah, I would move to impeach, but I'd start with Pam Bondi. I'd add Kristi Noem.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Okay, look, Michelle Deafy, Michelle Deafy or Michael Deafy, whichever one. What state do you live in? Who's your healthcare provider? Let's see here. Staffy, what state do you live in? Who's your healthcare provider? Tim Spoon, what state do you live in? Who's your healthcare provider? Major Wayne, what state do you live in? Who's your healthcare provider? Mente 4315, what state do you live in and who's your healthcare provider?
But sure, I mean, I wouldn't stop there, but it's not like Tulsi Gabbard is the outlier of this
right.
This horror show. I mean,
right. She's not a bug. She's a feature of this.
On my podcast, and I'm curious because you have a lot more guests on. I've had people make a compelling argument that actually it's Kennedy Jr. who's doing the most destruction. He needs to be impeached.
Correct.
And I think that's a legitimate argument. But my point is that Tulsi Gabbard does not belong in this position. Everybody knew she didn't belong in this position. There was wide commentary that she didn't belong in this position. She shouldn't be in it. But it doesn't. But if she got fired tomorrow, it would not materially improve the quality of the overall administration.
Correct. And
it looks like Major Wayne doesn't have a state or a healthcare provider. Major Wayne, is that correct? You don't have a state or a healthcare provider? I appreciate everybody else in there. Now, don't get me wrong. Listen, you want to have serious talk? I want to have serious talk, but I don't want to talk to a bunch of fake asses, okay? I ain't got time for that. I'm here for a purpose and a reason, okay? So if you're going to be in this chat, at least you could be as a real person, be about who you really say you are. So everybody in the chat can qualify your statements. You know, we need to know, what state do you live in and who is your healthcare provider? Because I need to know, how fucked up is your life while you out here bragging about Trump? I mean, I need to know. What the hell? Let me know. You might like Trump about a whole lot of shit. Hey, fantastic. But at least we can know how you doing with your health care. At least we can know that. Okay, so come on now. Let's get it going.
And in fact, as it relates to Greg Bovino being pushed out of his position as commander at large.
You know what I'm saying? Look, I'm an American citizen, born in Washington, D.C. Both sides of my family goes back to the colonial period. But as a grown ass man, 30 years old, I'm 55 now, but I moved here in my 30s, right, to Denmark. So I have universal health care here. So I'm just saying that, now. You have in the U.S., what you have is universal military, socialized military. That's what you have. You have socialized other shit too. Socialized FBI. You got socialized police department. Everything is good when you want to lock somebody asses up or you want to blow somebody else up. Then socialism is great. But when it comes to healthcare and education, Americans aren't really doing it like that. So this is why we asking these questions, And if somebody want to brag about how good Trump is doing, hey, by all means, yeah. But let us know how you're doing with your health care. Let us know how your family's doing with health care. Let us know how your family's doing right now, paying off that student debt. Let us know. Inquiring minds want to know what's the life of a Trump supporter.
Large of Border Patrol, I try to guard against this idea that okay, now that this is some victory because Greg Bovino is out. Greg Bovino acted that way, yes, because he is a fascist, anti-American, totalitarian militia member.
Okay, there you go. Major Wayne just wrote back a stupid question, but I'll read it for everybody. See, he likes to play games, okay? Look, he wrote this one because he don't want anybody to know. Look at this. Cajun country. Major Wayne is from Cajun country of Louisiana. I have many healthcare providers. All right, man. Well, I see you just want to joke around. There we go. See you. Come back when you learn what it is. Go Google it. Go Google them. Let us know. If you got many, then name them. Goddamn. What the hell? What's so hard about that? You see how people want to be? He want to be all up in the chat. He want to take up space. He thinks he's better than everybody else in the chat. Nah, man, nobody better than anybody here, man. We all got to work hard to survive. Let's keep it real, okay? Nobody in my chat is a millionaire, Okay, I mean, maybe there's one, maybe there's two maximum, but I'm just saying we ain't got to fake with each other now. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. We could all use cheaper health care. We could all use better housing prices. We could all use better access to education for our kids and things like that. Now, come on now. Come on.
In my opinion.
And the reason why I'm asking that is also not just because of the price, but because out of your tax dollars, guess what? If you're an American citizen, 20% of the of your federal payroll taxes goes to health care for other people anyway, whether you get it or not. So that's a huge chunk of the federal budget. Do you know that? Even if you don't get health care? So, see, this is why I asked that question, because a lot of y'all don't get it. Some of these smart ass Trump supporters don't even get it. They don't even get it.
Opinion, but he also did that because he was given that green light by Trump. Like, you don't act that way unless you're
I mean, how you gonna think you better than somebody when 20% of your federal payroll taxes goes to fucking health care? Even if you don't have health care, even if you can't afford health care, 20% of your federal fucking payroll taxes goes to that shit. You should have a fucking problem with that.
On behalf of the person at the top. And so when Tom Homan comes in, that's not cause for celebration, because Tom Homan works.
I hear you. Hey, what's the low? I appreciate you. I understand. I hope everybody's doing well. But, you know, some people want to throw around conspiracy theories and take people off track of what we need to be focusing on. You know what I mean? Like, what are all these taxes for if you don't get anything for it, you know?
Works for the same guy who Greg Bovino worked for, who gave Greg Bovino the green light to act how Greg Bovino was acting. And so we can dress it up, you know, put window dressing and pretend that Tom Homan is some kinder, gentler Customs and Border Patrol. But the reality is he is still an extension of Donald Trump, which means we're going to get the same exact policies, maybe with just better window dressing that I'm sure legacy media is just going to swallow whole. And if Trump says that, you know, we're winding down or whatever, you know, whatever DHS talking points he hands out, I'm sure we're going to see them just regurgitated by the CBSs of the world.
No, that's exactly right. And you know, I want to emphasize this in the context.
And there's a lot of regurgitating. There's too much regurgitating, like, for real. I mean, what I just said about 20% of the federal payroll taxes, you go look up and see how much of the federal budget goes to healthcare in the United States. How can you have such a big chunk? It's over 20%. How is 20% of the fucking federal budget not enough to get everybody fucking healthcare? How's that fucking possible? You mean in the United States of America, people can pay taxes that go to health care and not even get access to it? What the fuck is up with that?
Of what we've seen in Minnesota, which I realize we've strayed a long way from.
It ain't because of too many illegals. Yo, look, you dirty, stinky piece of shit. Sorry, leave with that bullshit. You know, this podcast is called the Illegal Immigrant Trojan Horse. That idea that they throw out there so they can raid everything else. I need to get your voter registration information because illegal immigrants are voting. I need to get this because illegal immigrants this. We got to take away your First Amendment because illegal immigrants. We got to take away your Second Amendment because illegal immigrants. It's the illegal immigrant Trojan horse. Don't you get it? Like, come on. And look, I'm just going to tell you, like, we need to beat up on people like that. And I don't mean beat them up like physically, but people that spread bullshit lies like this, when they're real people, we need to start checking their ass. Like, we need to start checking them because this kind of disinformation hurts a lot of people. Like, it hurts a lot of people.
Georgia, but I think it's
don't worry about that, Shredder. I didn't. Nobody's illegal except POTUS. Exactly. The damn third generation American, and he got a whole thing out there talking about who is illegal. His wife. It's like, oh my God, she just faked her whole goddamn visa. Listen, but I mean, yeah, he's out of there. I had to block his ass because, you know, I'm not up for that shit. I'm not stupid. See, here's the thing. what insults me the most about it is that you have to be stupid to accept that as a reasoning for all this fucking crime. They have to go and look, they went into Fulton. They're going in. Look, they went into Minnesota because they're illegal immigrants. And what did they want in the end? Voter registration ballots. I wonder why that is. Now they down in Fulton. They took away people's First Amendment right because they're saying you can't exercise it or they're going to shoot you or brutalize you. Second Amendment, if you come to a rally with a gun, all of a sudden, Second Amendment, they're going to kill you. You know, don't you get it? Don't you get it yet? This is not about illegal immigrants. This is about taking away American citizens' rights. The Bill of Rights. That's what this is about. American citizens have more guns than the citizens of China and Russia put together. That is what this is about, because they can cheat. These billionaires can cheat. They can rig. They can put lies out on the metasphere. They can convince you to not do what's in your best interest through social media. They can do all that. They can rob and then go into court and find ways to get around it. They can pay judges on the Supreme Court or extort them, right? They got power like this. They can extort people. They can extort congressmen. They can extort, and pay, bribe senators. They can do that. But they can't take this country without a motherfucking fight, as long as every American understands you have that second goddamn amendment and that first goddamn amendment. See, they can try to rob and take this country. That's all I'm saying, like, for real. And it's getting there. It's getting there. Americans are starting to wake up, and thank God. You know what I'm saying? Thank God. But this is not about no goddamn illegal immigrants. Stop telling people that.
I think it's important that people understand how these pieces fit together. I've heard some people on the left, some Democrats say, the problem here is that these ICE agents and Border Patrol folks didn't get proper training. They were not vetted when they were hired and they didn't get proper training. This is not like a training issue. It's not like what we have here is a series of, officers on the streets doing things.
Somebody wrote in the chat, common sense tells you to not go to a demonstration with a gun. Hello? What are you talking about? Hello?
That the administration is then saying that should...
Right-wing MAGA voters, did you hear that? Trump supporters, did you hear that? Somebody saying you can't go to a rally. That common sense tells you not to do that. Can you hear that?
Would not have happened, right? That would be a training problem, right? The administration sets a policy here and these folks are not meeting that threshold. But that isn't happening. Like the people, the individual agents who shot that poor, Mr. Peretti 10 times.
Yeah.
Like they didn't get fired or condemned. The agent who shot Renee Good in the face with the stuffed animals coming out of her glove compartment and her family dog in the back, like he didn't get criticized. He got lauded.
Yeah.
And so I don't think this is like a training problem.
Right.
And that's why, to bring us back to Georgia, like I don't think Tulsi Gabbard showing up in that van is like Tulsi Gabbard going rogue.
Right.
Like you know what I mean? Like this is what this president wants. And he is getting the government he wants. And if people watching this video don't start to understand that this is not a problem of a few bad apples. This is actually the guy who planted the trees poisoned the apples. And then he hired a bunch of people at the top to say, go pick poison apples and add more poison. Okay, and so it's not the apple pickers, it's not the apples, it's the people in charge. And that is what is going on in Georgia, it's what's going on in Minnesota, and I think it is the through line of all of these things.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I thought that was an excellent breakdown. That's why I wanted to cover it. I mean, Mark Cohen, listen, he's not, Mark Elias, right? I hope I'm saying his name right. He's not just a person talking. He's not just giving commentary. He's actually part of a firm, his firm, that has lawyers out in courts challenging all these erroneous cases that Trump is trying to do, all the actions that Trump is trying to do. Even this one, I believe they just opened one up, or it will be probably by Monday, this FBI raid over the voter registration thing. Listen, everybody needs to be clear. In a country, for a country to be healthy, right, you have different people. You have different parts of the country. We got mountains, we have hills, we have valleys, We have seas, coastal areas. We have cold parts. We have warm parts. Listen, some of these places have to be a little different. The same exact things that somebody needs to conquer a problem, to solve a problem in the north, may not be the exact same thing in the south. So we have to start giving grace to each other. Stop this politic of, I don't want you to get what you need. Stop that politic. Vote. You need to understand that it has to be multidimensional, the approaches for Americans. We have to all have the freedom for the tax dollars to work for whatever that region needs. You see what I'm saying? Stop worrying about what someone else is doing that's different from you. Stop worrying about that. Worry more about finding out what do you need in the area where you live to prosper. You see what I mean? Stop worrying about someone who has different, let's say, a different religion than you. Why? Because that same person is standing by your right to have whatever religion you want. You see what I mean? Stop worrying about how somebody dresses when you have the same freedom. You have the freedom to dress how you want to dress. You see what I mean? And I think Trump brought in these culture wars. This is all plotted out. They studied this in the metasphere. They studied the feedback online and on social media. They studied all that, and then they devised this plan to take over the country. Like, seriously, and that is through culture war. That's what they're taking advantage of, culture war. They're taking advantage of differences, but differences are not the problem. You have the right to be different. That shouldn't be a problem. You see what I mean? So they knew that. So they had to add this one little element in there, illegal immigrant, to be able to knock down everybody's fucking rights. And that's what they were always going to do. Look, they wanted to start with the liberals because they knew that would also go along with the culture war. So they could tell their base, they could tell Republicans that, see, we're just going to we're just going to take the liberals' First Amendment right. We're just going to take the liberals, we're just going to go for them. And then all of a sudden, we're just going to take the liberals' Second Amendment right. Just that, only that. And watch. And when you watch those things, those injustices happen to liberals, these same billionaires are going to turn that shit right back on you. That's what they plan on doing. And that is what they will do. Your health care. How many Republicans, I don't know how many Republicans are in the chat, but how many of your family members got hurt by this health care that they fucking passed by taking away these? How many of you? Let me know. If you are a Republican or you got family or friends that are Republican, put a 1 in the chat if you were affected by this big, beautiful, ugly bill with your health care. Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you were affected by that. I mean, I already know you were affected by it. I'm just saying, for the sake of the conversation and for the sake of you letting everybody else know that, yeah, that actually happened, let me know. You see what I mean? So, look, he said not Republican. What side you on? Okay, so WSH Wishbone, what side? Where you at? What state do you live in? And who's your health care provider? Oh, hold on. Wishbone. Yeah. What state do you live in, Wishbone, and who's your health care provider? Arizona from New York. Arizona from New York. No. What state do you live in, and who's your health care provider? I don't care where you're from. What state do you live in, and who's your health care provider? Wishbone. BBC. Okay. So let's go look that up. Let's see if BCBS. What is that? What is BCBS? Because of bullshit? Is that what that means? In Arizona. Is that healthcare? Let's be real about this, No need to pretend. All right? Blue Cross Blue Shield. Okay, so there we have it. Okay. So let me ask. Was that affected by the big, beautiful bill passed in? Let's see. I mean, come on. Yes, Trump's big, beautiful bill. Here, I'm just going to play it. Let's be comprehensive about it, right? Let's just be comprehensive. And listen, Look, we're not here to play games, man. We already know Americans, normal Americans, everyday Americans have it difficult. Americans don't live an easy life. So don't try to bullshit me. All right? The data's already out there.
Healthinsurance.org. Short answer, yes, Trump's big beautiful bill did affect healthcare, and it can indirectly affect insurers like BCBS Arizona. But it didn't target BCBS specifically. It changed the rules, funding, and costs across the U.S. health system.
Right.
Let me explain clearly what the big beautiful bill actually did to healthcare. The law, passed in 2025, includes major changes to Medicaid, Medicare, and insurance markets. 1. Big cuts to Medicaid and federal health spending. The bill cuts over $1.2 trillion in federal spending, mainly from Medicaid and food assistance programs. It reduces the taxes states use to fund Medicaid and adds work requirements for many recipients. Result, fewer people qualify or can afford coverage. 2. Millions could lose health insurance. The Congressional Budget Office estimated about 10.9 million more people could be uninsured by 2034 due to the bill and related policies. Arizona officials warned that hundreds of thousands could lose health care in that state alone. 3. Higher insurance costs affects companies like BCBS. Even if you keep private insurance, premiums could rise because subsidies expire or rules change. Insurers may adjust plans or prices due to reduced government funding and policy changes. That means companies like BCBS Arizona may increase premiums, change coverage options, drop certain plans, tighten eligibility or networks. But that's an indirect effect, not a direct order from the bill. 4. Medicare cuts and ripple effects. The bill may trigger automatic Medicare cuts worth tens of billions of dollars starting in 2026. When Medicare and Medicaid shrink, hospitals lose funding, insurance markets become more expensive, private insurers adjust pricing and coverage. Simple explanation, no politics, just reality. Think of it like this. The government paid less for healthcare. Fewer people got subsidies or Medicaid. Insurance companies had to rebalance costs. Some people pay more or lose coverage. So BCBS Arizona wasn't targeted, but it was affected by the new system. If you want, I can explain whether your BCBS plan specifically was affected, why premiums went up in 2026, whether this is Trump care replacing Obamacare, who benefits and who loses the most, or I can break it down in super simple terms like ELI 5.
Let's see here. Let's see. How did it go up in 2026? Let's just see. But obviously some people will be affected more than others, right? So let's see here. Main reason, federal subsidies ended, right? The biggest driver. Now check this out. On to another point, right? Because of course, generally speaking, everybody knows people that were affected by it. You know what I mean? And it's a huge cut. But let me look at something else here. How much of the federal budget of the USA, right? Hold on, did I say budget? Yes. There we go. How much of the federal budget of the USA goes to health care? Let's see here. Just so folks can be clear about this, right? So they know. So if you notice, taxes didn't go down in the United States of America. So they passed this big, beautiful bill, but taxes didn't really go down, not significantly. So let's listen to some points about the healthcare. You know, even though we're having this other conversation about Tulsi Gabbard, it's always good to go over this, right?
Here's a clear breakdown of how much of the U.S. federal budget goes to healthcare, using the latest numbers from the Congressional Budget Office, CBO, and Office of Management Budget, OMB, for FY 2026 estimates. Hash federal budget overview, 2026 estimated, total federal budget, purchase 6.3 trillions, mandatory spending, 5.1 trillion, 81% of total, discretionary spending, 1.2 trillion, 19% of total. Healthcare is primarily mandatory spending along with Social Security and other programs. Federal spending on healthcare. Healthcare programs include 1. Medicare, health insurance for seniors and some disabled people, 1.4 trillion, 22% of total federal budget. 2. Medicaid and CHIP, health coverage for low-income people and children, $800 billion, 13% of total. 3. Affordable Care Act subsidies, ACA marketplace, premium tax credits, $90 to $100 billion, so 1 to 2%. 4. Other federal health programs, Veterans Health, Indian Health Service, public health programs, CDC, NIH, etc., 150 to 200 billion, 2 to 3%. Nanash total, add them up. Program spending approx. % of federal budget, Medicare, 1.4 trillion, 22%. Medicoin, $8 trillion, 13%. ACA marketplace, 0.1 trillion, 1 to 2%. Other federal health programs, $0.2 trillion, 3%. Total healthcare, 2.5 trillion, 40% of federal budget. So, roughly 40% of all U.S. federal spending goes to healthcare programs. Key points. Healthcare is the largest single category of federal spending, even bigger than defense, while off 15 to 16%, and Social Security, 25%. Medicare alone is the biggest driver of healthcare spending.
All right, now
yes,
check this out.
Payroll taxes are still a major source of funding for federal healthcare programs, but it's important to be precise about which programs they fund. Here's the breakdown. Payroll taxes and healthcare. 1. Medicare. Payroll taxes directly fund Medicare, the hospital insurance portion, Part A. Rate as of 2026, 1.45% from the employee plus 1.45% from the employer, 2.9% total. High earners pay an additional 0.9% Medicare tax on income above 200K, single, 250 married. These taxes go into the Medicare Hospital Insurance HI Trust Fund and pay for hospital care for seniors and disabled people. Nub 2, Social Security versus Healthcare. Social Security payroll taxes, 6.2% employee plus 6.2% employer, do not fund Medicare, only retirement disability. So only the Medicare portion of payroll taxes is healthcare related. 3. Medicaid and ACA subsidies, not funded by payroll taxes, funded mostly from general federal revenue, income taxes, corporate taxes, etc. Payroll taxes do not directly pay for Medicaid or ACA marketplace subsidies. Quick summary. Program, payroll tax funded. Notes. Medicare Part A, yes. 2.9% of wages plus 0.9% extra for high earners. Social Security, no. Separate program, not healthcare. Medicaid, no. Funded by general federal revenue plus state contributions. ACA marketplace subsidies, no. Funded by general federal revenue. Other federal health programs, VA, NIH, CDC. Funded by general revenue. Bottom line. Yes, Americans are still paying part of healthcare through payroll taxes, but only Medicare Part A. Other major healthcare programs like Medicaid, ACA subsidies, and public health programs come from general tax revenue, not payroll taxes. If you want, I can calculate exactly how much an average worker in 2026 is paying from their paycheck toward federal healthcare, broken down by Medicare taxes. That gives a real dollar sense. Do you want me to do that?
Yes. All right. So, here we go. Let's see here.
Perfect. Let's break it down step by step using 2026 payroll tax rates and an average U.S. worker. Medicare payroll tax. Rate 1.45% employee plus 0.45% employer equals 2.9% total. High earners, additional 0.9% on wages over $200,000 single, 2 to 50,000 married. So a normal employee just pays 1.45% of wages for Medicare. Their employer matches it. Average U.S. worker income, median annual wage in 2026, roughly $60,000, estimate based on BLS trends. Employee Medicare contribution times 1.45%, 60,000 times 0.0145. Step by step, 60,000 times 0.600 minus 60,000 times 0.005 270 minus 70, total equals 600, total 70 plus D700 and 770 is per year. So an average worker pays $870 per year from their paycheck toward Medicare Part A. Hack employer contribution, same amount, $870 a year, total going into Medicare fund from that worker, $870 with $1 is equal to $740 per year. High earners, example, $250,000 a year, base 1.45% on all $250,000, $3,625. Additional 0.9% on $50,000 and amount above $200,000, $50,000 to $450. Total Medicare tax paid by employee, $3,625 is $450, $4,075. Employer still contributes $3,625, no extra. Total going to Medicare, $7,700. Next summary table. Income, employee Medicare.
Right. So you can see, I mean, we could go on with that, but this is not even the copays and the deductibles. You see what I mean? This cost, it's actually not even including. So this is 40% of the federal budget, and yet you still have to pay, right? Hold on. Somebody wrote something here. Okay, yeah. But in any case, now let me ask one more question just to wrap this up, right? Just to wrap this up. Why is the health care in the USA costing more than other Western nations of federal budget or overall cost right? What does all the excess money get wasted on? How about that? Let's ask that question so people can know. You see what I mean? Because I find it very strange that this is not part of the voting. Like both parties haven't figured this out yet. And again, there's room to criticize everybody, right? But if the people don't make this an issue from both parties, you're likely to not see much of a change, right? So let's pay attention. Let's listen to this last part.
This is one of the classic "why is US healthcare so expensive?" questions. The short answer: the US spends way more per person and as a share of GDP federal budget than any other Western nation, but we don't get better outcomes for it. Let me break it down carefully. Hack: how much the US spends versus other Western nations. Country: health spending per capita, 2026 est, cent of GDP. USA, $13,000. 18% Germany, $7,000, 11%. France, $6,500, 11%. UK, $10,000, 11%. US healthcare costs roughly double per person compared to other wealthy countries. As a share of federal budget, healthcare alone, 40%, is massive, much higher than most other nations' government health spending. Why US healthcare costs so much? Experts point to several major reasons. A. High administrative costs. US hospitals and insurers spend 25 to 30% of healthcare money on administration, compared to 10% in Canada or the UK. This includes billing, insurance approvals, multiple payment systems, and compliance with hundreds of private insurance rules. Example: hospital bills with multiple codes, repeated insurance paperwork, and complex billing audits. B. High prices for services. Hospitals, doctors, and procedures are much more expensive in the US. Hip replacement, $40,000 in US versus $12 to $15,000 in Germany. MRI scan, $1,200 in US versus $300 in France. Prescription drugs often 3 to 10 times higher than in Europe. This is mostly because of market-driven pricing and lack of government negotiation in Medicare Part B and private insurance. C. Expensive pharmaceuticals. The US does not have strong price controls on drugs. Patented medications often cost thousands per month. Other countries use negotiation or government-set prices, reducing costs dramatically. D. Malpractice and defensive medicine. Fear of lawsuits drives doctors to order extra tests or procedures just in case. Estimated cost, $50 to $100 billion a year. E. Chronic disease prevalence. Higher rates of obesity, diabetes, and heart disease lead to more expensive treatments. Preventive care exists, but lifestyle and systemic issues raise costs. F. Fragmented system and profit motives. Private insurers, hospitals, and pharma are mostly for profit. Multiple payers equals multiple billing systems, complex contracts, and administrative overhead. US spends more on profits, marketing, and executive salaries than most public systems. Where the excess money goes, here's roughly how every $100 in US healthcare spending is divided. Category percent of total. Hospital and clinical services, 33%. Physician services, 20%. Prescription drugs, 10 to 12%. Administration, billing, insurers, paperwork, 25 to 30%. Malpractice, defensive medicine, 3 to 5%. Profits and marketing for insurers, 5 to 10%. Public health and preventive care, 3 to 5%. Notice a huge chunk, nearly a third, is spent on administration, profit and overhead, which other countries don't have at this scale. Why federal budget impact is so large. Medicare, Medicaid, ACA subsidies, VA, NIH, etc. cost $2.5 trillion a year, 40% of the federal budget. Most of that money flows through private providers and insurers, not just hospitals, meaning high prices, overhead, and pharma costs magnify spending. Other nations pay less because the government negotiates prices and runs simpler systems. Key takeaway: the US doesn't get proportionally better outcomes for this cost. Life expectancy and infant mortality are worse than many other Western countries. People pay more for insurance and out-of-pocket care, yet administrative waste and high prices absorb tens of billions of dollars unnecessarily. If you want, I can make a single visual US-wide healthcare money map showing exactly.
So I'm not understanding why this isn't like a clear Republican and Democrat, why everybody's not 100% on board and in agreement that something can be done about that without any exception whatsoever. But you can see, I can figure out why that's not possible. It's because of the culture wars. That's why it's not. People are busy following the legal immigrant Trojan horse theory to do everything else, right? People are worried about, men wearing dresses with penises and shit going into the ladies' bathroom when a man without a dress on might go into the ladies' bathroom anyway if he got to take a piss. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell? What world are people living in, man? Don't you know straight men use the ladies' bathroom sometimes? You should ask them. You know what I'm saying? How come that never came up in the conversation and shit? You know what I'm saying? It never came up in the debate because people were focused on something else. And it's going to be the same thing this time around. They're going to take this Trojan horse all the way through like a wrecking ball, take away every single right that you had. And always remember, the reason why your health care costs are going up and why more people in your communities are going to be stressed out is because of the illegal immigrant Trojan horse. It's the same reason why you losing your First Amendment right is because of the illegal immigrant Trojan horse. The same reason why you're about to lose the second one, the fourth one, the illegal search and seizure is already gone out the window, right? It's already gone out the window because of the illegal immigrant Trojan horse. Now they want the electoral they want to go in and get the electors' information at voting offices. You know, they're introducing that now. Minnesota. Now they're going to go down to Georgia, Fulton County. You know, it's all the same Trojan horse. All the same Trojan horse without any doubt whatsoever. And if it wasn't, you would not be giving 30% of your health care costs to administrative fees if it wasn't. You see what I mean? Why don't you try doing something that you knew had been a problem long before quote unquote illegal immigration? Why didn't you do that? What was your excuse then? What was the excuse? What was the excuse in Trump's first office to not do anything about health care? What was that excuse? Why did it go up since then? Why did it get more expensive and cover less people since then? So can't you do both? Can't you do the illegal immigrant and bring cost of health care down for all Americans? Can't you do it that way? What happened? What happened? What happened with that? Trump didn't say one goddamn thing about health care. He didn't ask anybody, Congress, to do anything about health care. Nothing. You see what I mean? So, of course, it's a Trojan horse. Of course it's a Trojan horse because the healthcare issue, without any doubt whatsoever, affects way more Americans than illegal immigrants. Just that simple. Just that simple. Okay. So yes, It's a Trojan horse because it's designed to get you to forget how much education costs. It's designed to get you to forget how much healthcare costs. It's designed to get you to forget that you need a First Amendment rights. You need Second Amendment rights. You need Fourth Amendment rights. It's designed to make you not to get not discuss those things. You know, poor non-whites were never meant to have a vote. Okay, well, you know, in any case, yeah. But I don't get it. You know, some people will think that some people will think that that it's not a Trojan horse, and I get that. Some people think it will, but I guarantee you, when this thing is done, the data will tell you it's a Trojan horse, because there could have been so many. First of all, illegal immigrants, they pay taxes. They pay money into the healthcare system. They don't get it. So that's so crazy. That's so crazy. But yeah, when you're an illegal immigrant, guess what? You don't actually get access to Social Security. You pay it, but you don't get access to it because of how the system works. How do you think an employer can pay somebody? How do you think that happens? You know, and that is exactly how it happens. You know, Wishbone, that's exactly how it happens. You know, we talking about the multitude, the bigger portion of that happens that way, you know, because, they're finding a way to, to pay people, but you can't have a bank account. You see what I mean? You see, it's limited how much you can pay in cash. That's limited. You see what I mean? So the bigger portion of it is actually getting, they finding other ways to pay people, but they're not able. They pay them a check. They're giving them a salary, but they're not able to actually, retrieve federal things from the federal government. You see what I mean? So that's the problem. There's checks and balances already there, So, yeah, just like illegal immigrants can't vote. You see what I mean? Just like they can't vote. And when they say illegal, you're talking about a lot of it is not necessarily just illegal. It's people with certain temporary statuses and things like that, too. That's what they're calling illegal. You see what I mean? So a lot of the people with temporary status, they have the right for certain things, but they don't have all the rights of an American citizen, So, yeah, it's actually sad. Let me see here. Jason says, to file for actual disability, you cannot work for the entire time. Okay. She didn't say there was a fine. She said, Tim Spoon said she didn't say there was a fine. She said they should pay their own health care. But listen, still is the idea that it costs so much because of illegal immigrants was a lie. That's the issue. That's the issue. The reason why it costs so much in the USA is not because of illegal immigrants. It's actually because of it's privatized, and 30% of which, do you understand your administration fees cost as much as your goddamn hospital, as much as any service you get in the USA? Do you understand that? How does that make sense? That doesn't make any sense. You see what I mean? That means what the doctor is getting paid for one operation is what the administration, the people that do the paperwork are getting paid. That's what that means. That's what that means. So I'm sorry, but one step at a time, you're supposed to prioritize things. If you wanted healthcare to be cheaper, you go after the culprit first. The illegal immigrant wasn't the main culprit in that. You see what I mean? And also they pay into it. They're paying into the system. They're not getting it. So actually they made it cheaper for other people. But here's the real problem. It's the capitalists, It's the corporations, it's the billionaires getting the money. And listen, you got to understand something. Why is the healthcare system, why did they let it be totally privatized when they don't let the military be totally privatized? They don't play that. The military is something everybody pays into. You see what I mean? Whether you like it or not, your salary pays it. It's 100% paid for by the taxpayers. Why is that? You see what I'm saying? So, and they call it the best military on earth. So if that's the best that the earth has and it's paid for by the public, why isn't more of healthcare that way? Why don't they at least do it in a way to where everyone can get access to it? It doesn't all have to be public, but can't there be restraints on, how much they charge for administration fees? That's all. It's not like you're the doctor in the office when you're just looking and double checking information. I mean, why does it have to cost that much? You know, it's crazy. But the U.S. healthcare system is privately owned. It is privately owned. We heard the information. You know, in Western societies, a lot of it's certain parts of it privately owned also, but it's regulated. The cost and for the job, for the procedure is regulated. You see what I'm saying? So of course everyone pays into it, but that doesn't mean there's no private parts. There's no private doctors, or there's no private aspects to it. There's no private materials or things like that. There could be a lot of it that's private. You know, I work for a company, and that's private. You see what I mean? But who pays the bills? The taxpayers pay the bills. You see what I'm saying? But the prices are kept down. What do you call it? It's called group bargaining. You know, instead of letting you pay more than me or you pay less than me, we all pay into the system the same. That way everybody gets access to it. That's the difference, you know. But in the U.S., it's not like that. Keep in mind, on top of this, you're not even guaranteed to get coverage even if you pay insurance. Just think about that too. Like, just let's do that last little part. How many people actually pay and got rejected? How many people in 2025 paid into healthcare and got rejected when they needed help? I mean, do you know how many people paid into that system for 5-10 years, and then the moment they needed it, they got rejected? That's a scam. That's a scam. Why aren't they worried about that? Why are people worried about the illegal immigrants and not worried about that? Is that a scam? Let's go into this. Let's hear a little bit about it. I mean, you know.
Here's what reliable data and reporting show about people who did pay for health insurance but had care denied in the US around 2025, with clear limits on what's known from official sources. Number 1. Denials of care after treatment is provided. This isn't exactly the same as being denied coverage before care, but it does mean people who paid premiums and had services rejected after receiving them. In 2023, insurers in the federal ACA marketplace, healthcare.gov plans, denied about 19% of in-network claims, roughly 73 million out of 392 million claims submitted.
Damn.
For out-of-network care, denial rates were even higher, 37%. That means millions of insured people had specific medical bills rejected or reduced, often leaving them with unpaid costs or requiring appeals. This data applies to ACA marketplace plans. Not all Americans or every type of insurance, employer plans, Medicare, Medicaid, are often not included in the publicly reported denial data. Number 2. Surveys on people affected. While the raw claim numbers are available, surveys give a sense of how many people reported problems using their insurance. A consumer survey found that 58% of insured adults said they had some problem using their insurance, including denied claims. This doesn't mean all those problems were full rejection of life-saving care, but it shows denials or obstacles to coverage are extremely common among people with insurance. Number 3. What this isn't. There's no comprehensive federal data set that tracks how many insured people in 2025 were denied care when they needed it in a life or death sense. The government reports denial rates for some marketplaces, like healthcare.gov, but not for all employer or private plans, Medicare or Medicaid, in a way that counts individual patients denied care.
So there's more.
In other words, we know denial rates for claims, percent of claims denied for certain plan types. We do not have an official count of how many individuals were refused critical care coverage entirely across the whole US in 2025. Number 4. Typical causes of denials. Common reasons claims are denied include paperwork, administrative errors, services outside what a plan covers, lack of prior authorization, benefit limits reached. Less often, medical necessity criteria of the insurer. Many of these can lead to people being billed for care even though they had insurance. Nutshell answer. Millions of insured Americans have had claims denied, e.g. 73 million denied claims in 2023 on ACA marketplace plans alone. Surveys show major shares of insured adults report.
Do you know how much 73 million is? Do you know how much 73 million people are? That's how many people voted for Trump, and then another 70-something million voted for Kamala Harris. I mean, that's almost up to 80 million. 80 million is how many voted for Trump, and roughly the same for Kamala Harris. Maybe he inched her out or something, but 80 million people didn't vote. 1/3 of the population didn't vote at all. That's a huge goddamn amount of people getting rejected that pay health care. So I'm not really understanding this. And again, when I say Trojan horse, what I mean is you use something to actually achieve many other things. So meaning the Trojan horse wasn't really your biggest problem, but it was one that you, for some reason, thought was the biggest priority. The thing that they used to get you. And now what they're using is still the same story. For the rest of this year, you're going to keep hearing the excuses. Why do they want to get into the voter registration information? You're going to keep hearing illegal immigrants. For every excuse, they're going to keep doing exactly what Kristi Noem and exactly what what's her name, Tulsi Gabbard, has been doing the entire time. Just rerunning the same script. There's nothing original about it. It's just the same goddamn thing.
According to Pew, Minnesota's population of immigrants here illegally stands at 2.2%. So how do you judge when you've gotten everyone off the streets that you say is, requiring your federal agents be there? How do you say we've had mission accomplished?
Well, we won't stop until we are sure that all the dangerous people are picked up, brought to justice, and then deported back to their home countries.
Or a date?
We wouldn't be in this situation. We wouldn't be in this situation if Joe Biden hadn't allowed our open border policies to.
They're going to run this one into the ground, no matter what. See, it's never going to end. That's the whole point, because it wasn't meant to end. It was only used to start. See, who's going to end up in those camps? It's going to be American citizens American citizens that want their First Amendment rights and want their gun rights. Those are the people they're going to be, and want their Fourth Amendment rights, cease to illegal search and seizure. Those are the people that are going to get thrown in those prisons, because there's not enough fucking illegal immigrants to fill it. That's what it is. And it never has been the main issue. It's always been a false issue. And here's the proof to the pudding. Because the biggest waste in the United States of America is not from illegal immigrants with health care, for example. The biggest waste is actually the billionaires that own the health care companies. That's them. They could be managed better, but they don't want them managed better, because the people don't demand that they manage them better. The people go along with paying for health care. Look, you pay health care. You sign up for a health care company. Then a certain percentage of your payroll taxes goes to that company also, right? So some of your taxes go to it, some of your and then your monthly bill, the one that you pay, goes to it, right? And then you're not even guaranteed to get coverage. And it's not even covering everybody. Even people that are paying into it can't even afford it. So that's somebody says show your facts. We just went over the facts. You weren't listening, man. Come on, man. You slow? You slow? Come on. What are you talking about? Look, somebody look at this. What about Democrats embezzling money through Medicaid like in Minnesota? But that's not nationwide. So why is your health care gone up? I mean, look, and was it Democrats? I mean, look, that's so funny. I mean, it's interesting how you could turn anything into a Republican and Democrat thing. So it's the Democrats now. It's not Americans with the health care problem. It's just Democrats, right? Democrats are the reason why you're paying so much. Did your president ask to do anything about health care? Did he ask that you not be rejected when you pay for health care? Did he ask that? Did he ask that the administrative fees not be so much? Did he ask that? No. He hasn't. So let's see here. Did Democrats steal money from health care in Minnesota? Let's find out. I mean, because that's how the statement was made, right? Let's see here. Let's play it back.
Here's what's actually happening, based on verified news reporting and public information, regarding your question about whether Democrats stole money from healthcare in Minnesota. What's actually being reported? There is a major fraud scandal in Minnesota involving billions of dollars in federal and state social services funds, including programs that touch on healthcare-related services such as Medicaid reimbursement programs, but the situation is not as simple as Democrats stole the money.
Oh.
Here's the factual breakdown.
Thank you.
1. Fraud schemes, not official theft by elected Democrats. Federal prosecutors and investigators have uncovered widespread fraud in various Minnesota social programs, potentially exceeding $9 billion, involving fraudulent billing and bogus claims for services that were never provided.
First of all, it's Democrats that prosecuted the people. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? It's like, how can you blame Democrats for a crime they prosecuted? Like, that's what I don't get. You know what I mean? So right there, that's just garbage. You see what I mean? Secondly, it still doesn't add up to the money that that's already wasted. I mean, it still doesn't even add up. And is it the only scam? Let's see. Since you put the question that way, have Republicans ever been caught in health care scams? Since it has to be biased. Since it has to be Republican or Democrat, it can't be everybody's getting scammed from healthcare. It can't be because of the billionaires. No, it's got to be because of the Democrats, right? Yeah, because I like it said that, but because if you don't say it's Democrats, I won't go for it. You know, I won't even listen. How about that?
Yes, Republicans, like members of any political party, have had individuals implicated in healthcare-related fraud or scams.
Oh, really?
But it's important to separate party politics from criminal acts by individuals.
No, let's not do that.
Here's a careful breakdown.
Let's not separate.
1. Federal healthcare fraud cases involving Republican-affiliated individuals. Healthcare fraud is largely about private providers, insurance billing, and Medicaid, Medicare programs, so political affiliation is often incidental. Example: in 2020, a former Republican official in Florida was sentenced for Medicaid fraud involving improper billing for healthcare services. Justice Department press release. Please open your app to see this link.
Do you want to see that? Justice Department press
Another
release.
case involved a Republican-affiliated doctor or clinic owner prosecuted for fraudulent claims to Medicare. Federal.gov News Archives. Please open
Federal
your app
government.
to see this link. 2. Party leadership versus individuals. High-profile Republican politicians rarely get convicted of healthcare scams themselves. Most fraud cases involve private operators or healthcare providers who may happen to be Republican donors or activists. Oversight failures, mismanagement, or allegations of favoritism sometimes get highlighted politically, but legal convictions are usually against individuals or companies, not elected officials as a party. 3. Examples in Congress. There have been cases where members of Congress or staff from both parties faced ethics investigations for misusing health-related funds, but convictions are rare. Most large healthcare fraud convictions involve companies, clinics, or non-profits, not Congress members. Bottom line, healthcare fraud exists in every state and across political lines. Republicans have been implicated individually, but there are no large-scale party-wide schemes like some of the Minnesota cases recently reported. Most convicted cases are private providers, not elected officials, regardless of party. If you want, I can make a timeline of the most notable U.S. healthcare fraud cases by political affiliation. It'll show both Democrats and Republicans involved, with dollar amounts and outcomes.
Yeah, that might be interesting. But this is, again...
Do you want me to make that list?
This is also... But here's the thing. Let's see here. Let's see this last part. I want to know who prosecuted them, right? Who prosecuted? Was it Republicans?
Here's the accurate factual picture based on current reporting about whether Minnesota Democrats prosecuted fraud in the state, including healthcare-related and other public assistance fraud. Who is actually prosecuting fraud in Minnesota? State prosecutions, Democratic Attorney General. Yes, Democratic-led state law enforcement has prosecuted fraud cases in Minnesota, including Medicaid fraud and other healthcare-linked fraud, through the Minnesota Attorney General's office. In June 2024, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, a Democrat, announced charges against individuals accused of defrauding the Medicaid program of more than $10 million, including overbilling and billing for services not provided. This shows that state prosecutors under Democratic leadership are actively charging people for healthcare fraud. Federal prosecutions, U.S. Attorney's Office. The majority of large fraud prosecutions related to Minnesota's massive social services and Medicaid-linked fraud, including welfare, housing, and child care fraud, have been handled by federal prosecutors, not directly by the state.
Oh.
Federal prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Minnesota have charged dozens of individuals in major fraud schemes. Federal prosecutors work independently of Minnesota's state government and are part of the U.S. Department of Justice. What Minnesota Democrats' role actually looks like. State leaders, including Democrats, have supported and participated in efforts to investigate fraud. The Attorney General's office has pursued...
Right, so generally... partisan people will call anything that is done by the federal government, partisan people will call that whoever the president is at that time. So if the federal government does that and it's under Biden, they will say Biden did it. And if it's under Trump, they will say Trump did it. Some partisan people, except, unless they're lying. You see what I mean? Like Trump said the January 6th people had federal agents working for Biden that were part of the Jan 6 thing when Biden's not even the president. It's not even possible. So, the bigger scam is not partisan. The bigger scam is the billionaire companies. It's the companies run by the billionaires. That's the biggest scam. And again, like I said, Trojan horse, you can always try to distract from the fact that even if no one stole any money, the way it is set up is completely fraudulent anyway from the start. It's a rigged system. And you worried about the one or two people that the 10 or hundreds of cases that were prosecuted by Democrats in the federal government. Before Trump even started talking about this shit, Trump only used that thing in Minnesota to distract you. The shit was already prosecuted. It's like, but that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. And I guess if you repeat something, people don't ask what date did that happen in. They just go with it. Yeah, I heard this was what happened. It's like they don't even realize, man, this is old news, man. This shit already been taken care of. You didn't know that? Like 2024 is 2 years ago. That was under Biden, by the way, the federal government when they prosecuted it. So this is just a crazy proposition to even want to know if it's a Democrat or a Republican that did it. The whole damn healthcare system is rigged. Don't you get it? It's been rigged for decades. Okay. And nobody has talked about what the problem is. The problem, well, Bernie Sanders has talked about it, right? Bernie Sanders has talked about it. Some Democrats have talked about it, but Bernie has definitely talked about it. Now, what Republican do you have talking about this? You see what I mean? Since it's got to be a partisan thing. What Republican is talking about the healthcare crisis in America from a factual view, from the fact that it shouldn't just be something that rich people get. Everybody should have access to it, And it just amazes me, but it amazes me. The only thing that I'm pretty sure when Ghislaine Maxwell gets a pardon, they're going to blame it on a Democrat or an illegal immigrant. I'm pretty sure, because that's how Trump supporters roll. They just blame, Democrats and shit for anything that they do, So in any case, yeah, folks, but that's it for today. Damn, it's been like 3.5 hours. Yeah. So I gotta catch up with a few things. I actually got to get some rest, but I also got around 4. I got some errands to make, but listen, it's been a good conversation. I actually am glad that I opened the chat up, that, you know, you get some people in there. But, you know, as you can see, the trolls are just there. Hey, wake up, mate. I appreciate that, too. I appreciate that on the memberships. Yeah, everybody thank what's up, mate. And listen, there's a couple of breakdowns in the private, on the private videos that are more detailed about healthcare and more detailed about the tax system. There's one that's just about the tax system. You know what I'm saying? And that should concern all Americans, all American citizens. Comparative data on the tax system from the U.S. versus the EU. That is not a partisan issue. Just like healthcare should not be a partisan issue. It should not be partisan. And again, you know, you're going to run out of immigrants to blame pretty soon. You're going to run out of immigrants. They're going to be gone pretty soon. Then what's the plan? What is this administration going to do and talk about then? Who's going to be the problem then? You know, at some point, this is going to stop. You see what I mean? And, you know, what are they going to be worth? What's this administration going to be worth then? Are they going to get you health care? You know, are they going to reboot the system that they promised they would do? They don't even have a plan to do it. You know, you got to understand this. They're in it. It's rigged. It's billionaires that own these companies, and they have been getting free money from the taxpayer. They've been scamming people. They've been treating American citizens like no other billionaires have treated any other citizens across the Western world. That's what you have to understand. And if you don't bother to go in and look at the details about the tax system yourself, you're never going to figure out how they're doing it. If you know, you just got to get into looking at these things. Don't just trust what you hear. You know what I mean? Especially when it's shit like this.
We go now to Castlewood, South Dakota, and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Good morning to you, Madam Secretary.
Good morning.
Well, DHS calls this the largest operation in its history, nearly 3,000 federal agents out there. Is this an open-ended deployment, or is there a metric for success that ends it?
Well, I think every day we get a murderer off the streets of Minneapolis, the public is safer, and President Trump is keeping his promise to the American people. And we literally...
So that's a no. So you see right there, she's not going to answer a question about when is it in, what is the goal. It's a never ending. It's designed to be never ending. The woman just asked her, is it never ending? Is it designed to be never ending? Listen to this. And she basically went along with it. There's no end. No end in sight.
Largest operation in its history, nearly 3,000 federal agents out there. Is this an open-ended deployment, or is there a metric for success that ends it?
Is it an open-ended deployment, or is there a metric for success that ends it? That's a very specific question.
Well, I think every day we get a murderer off the streets of Minneapolis, the public is safer. And
so the police, isn't that the police job? Police don't get murderers off the street in Minnesota. So they literally trying to say they're leaving when there's not one left. Okay, that sounds very unobtainable. So their plan is that you pay the taxpayer for them to just stand around until there's only one left and you finally got him. How many people does that take? How many people does it take? Well, it is a who said that? It's not a deployment. Yes, it is. They don't come from that state. Those people are being brought from other states. You're out of your mind, man. You know, you're out of your mind. And let me see how it starts. How it starts. What state do you live in, and who's your health care provider? Just curious, so I know how to qualify your statement. It's not a deployment. It's not a deployment. Okay. What state do you live in? How it starts, and who's your health care provider? You know what I'm saying? And who's your health care provider? You're in Arizona. Who's your health care provider? Yeah. In any case, so there it is. You know, yeah, it's from New York, Arizona. I'm from New York. Exactly. You know, I heard that one before and shit. But in any case, look, there we go again. What does it matter? Bingo. So there you go. No, it don't matter, man. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. It wasn't an important question. Don't worry about it. You can come back tomorrow. It's all good. Oh, John Joe. Yeah. He said, John Joe said, what state do I live in and who's my healthcare provider? I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. My healthcare provider, we have universal healthcare here. Universal education here too. There you go. So I pay 39% taxes. Yeah, so that 39% pays for my kids' education, higher education. It pays for elder care. It pays for health care. Yeah. But I'm an American citizen born and raised in Washington, D.C. So, Denmark is the healthcare provider. Exactly. Pretty much. I mean, and the doctors go to pretty much state doctor school. It's paid for. The same school that, same people that fund the doctors to go to school to get their degrees, and, same people that pay everybody. You see, all for one for all for one, and so that's the reason why I asked, because, John Joe, I don't know what state you live in. You say you live in Arizona. Is that it? Yeah. Well, you got another Arizona in there. I think, right? But here's the thing. The money that I pay in taxes for healthcare, it's better spent here. You see what I'm saying? It's not wasted. I don't mind paying a little more in taxes if it's not wasted. But what you paying in the U.S. for your healthcare, it's wasted. It's going out of the window. You can just drop the thing about illegal immigrants. You've been wasting that the whole time and didn't even notice. It's not a priority for you. It's not a priority for your politicians, and it's not a priority right now. It's not getting taken care of. So you cool with wasting that money. You can't do two things in one. You can't get ICE to kick out illegal immigrants and fix healthcare. No, you can't do that. It wasn't designed to do that. You know what I mean? That's so funny, man. That's so funny, man. Look. You said they good doctors and teachers. Yeah. Oh, well, what do you think, man? Shit, the people coming out of doctor school and going and working in the U.S. What do you think, man? Come on, Danish architects working in the U.S. All kinds. Listen, and they have private hospitals too. I don't know if you know that, but the difference is the private hospitals still accept everybody else too. It's not. You should look into how it works, right? And you should want to know how it works, because you should want to know, can yours work better? Right? The only way you know if yours can work better is if you compare it to some others that work. Right? So there you go. I mean, did you know being a doctor is not really an American thing? It doesn't come from the U.S. People been doing it all over the world. Hope you know that. Yeah. Making nuclear bombs too. People, do other stuff everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Look, of course, he said, thanks to Obama, that's why healthcare is so expensive. Well, thanks to Trump, that's why it didn't get fixed. You know what I mean? Thanks to the Republicans, they didn't fix healthcare. They had the majority across the board, House, Senate, Supreme Court, White House, still ain't fixed it. What's up with that? Thanks to them. Yay! And listen, all I got to do is applaud myself. I have health care. Ha, ha, ha. For less. For less. Let's celebrate that. Yay, man. I don't get that Obama health care. Yeah, man. I'm so happy. No, I don't get that Democrat health care. I don't get that Democrat health care. You do. You get it, and you happy with it, and you live with it, right? And Trump made it better, right? Didn't Trump make it better? Didn't that big, beautiful bill make it better? Yay, big, beautiful bill. Yay. Let's celebrate, everybody. Healthcare is better than it was under Biden. Yay. Oh, by the way, call out the Cocoa Birds. What state do you live in, and who's your healthcare provider? The MAGAs are crossing into Mexico. Exactly, Curly. They are crossing into Mexico trying to get their teeth checked and shit, man. They can't even afford a goddamn dentist, You know what I'm saying? It's so good. Jeremy Fields, yay, you got that Obama health care and Trump made it better. Yay! Yay! Good for you, man. All right. I'm happy for you. Yeah, they're going to Thailand too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm so happy Trump made the Obama health care better for you. That's what you wanted. I'm so happy. 600 versus 2,000. I don't know what are you saying? I mean, hey, I don't know whatever you're talking about. All I know is that it didn't get better. You just got more people off of it. It didn't get better. You know, what's your political system based on? Well, what is yours based on? Is yours based on democracy? Because it doesn't seem like it. It seems like it's based on billionaires running everything. Yeah, what is the American political system based on? Bribes? What is it based on? Jeffrey Epstein? Is it based on Supreme Court judges raping little kids, being blackmailed for it? Is that what it's based on? Congressional members being blackmailed? Is that what it's all about? You tell me. Maybe that's why healthcare is so bad. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's why you pay your family. You can have family members that pay healthcare and don't even know if they're going to get it. I don't know. Who knows? But how things get passed, you have to have a certain percentage of the House and blah, blah, blah. No, how things get passed is you need to first learn how to have respect for more Americans that are different than you, so you can all get something you agree on instead of saying, I don't want that stinking Obama health care. Let's do anything to fight it. And then he said, okay, let's compromise with those people because we won't have any health care if we don't compromise with the Republicans. They want to keep it private. They don't want any checks and balances. Fuck it. If it gives more people health care, then let's just do it. Better than nothing. You know, these people forget before Obama health care, it was people being denied at the hospitals. These same people's families were being denied at the hospitals. You know, and now they're complaining about the Obama shit, but actually the Obama stuff is gone. You're living in the Trump healthcare system now. It's all Trump. How do you like that? How do you like the Trump healthcare system? Is it working out for you? You know, I mean, look at this. He said Democrats are blocking Trump's idea. Well, how's that possible? Congress has to do something about that. What are you talking about? Republicans control Congress. They're the majority. What, they don't want health care for people? How can the minority party block the majority party in a democracy? Explain how that works. He said no one got denied in the hospital before. Oh, you must be 13 years old or some shit. What the hell, man? you ain't that old, I could tell. You don't know. How old are you, man? You in your 20s? What the hell? This guy's joking. He's funny, man. He's plenty of people was getting denied before Obamacare. That's the reason why I got passed. You know? I mean, come on. This guy's crazy, man. Come on, man. Trump's health care plan, get your own. Exactly. That is your health. That is his health. He got $2,000 for you, man. Go get some health care. You know what I'm saying? How about that? $2,000 and you'll be able to pay for a $20,000 operation, $40,000. A hip replacement costs $40,000 fucking dollars, man. What is $2,000 going to do for that? You know, and we're not even, listen, 39% in Denmark is not just paying for operations. It's not just paying for doctor's visit, right? 39%. Or if you make more than me, then you might pay a little more. You know, my tax bracket, let me see. You could probably pay up to, I think the average person might pay up to like 42%. Maybe the highest is 50 something percent, you know, but you got to make a lot of money to get that, right? But when you pay 50 something percent, I mean, listen, those people that pay 50 something percent in taxes, they're actually still getting more out of healthcare than an American citizen would. You see what I'm saying? Because they don't pay any of that. It's still education for that percentage is free. It's paid for. Not just free. The kids get paid to go to school. My kids get paid to go to school. For my 39%, they get paid to go to school. No fun. They don't pay anything back. If they fall down, doctor visit. It's paid for already through the tax system, because most people in a country need health care, right? So why wouldn't you be able to get it cheaper when you have 350 million people? Why is that a problem? Collective bargaining is not happening in the United States. That means people don't stick together when it comes to those basic things. That's what that means. That's why you pay what you pay, because Americans don't stick together. Americans are into culture wars. That's why you pay more for everything. Look, how much do everybody tell me how much I pay for my cell phone every month, my cell phone coverage. I pay between $14 and $20 a month. I got 100 gigabytes internet on my phone, just my phone. I mean, I have home internet that's different. Unlimited phone calls, right? $14 to $20 a month. How much is your cell phone coverage? How much do you pay for your cell phone in the United States of America? I'm gonna show you the difference what collective bargaining does. How much do you pay? Exactly. So you're going to pay a lot more for everything in the United States because you don't solve problems as a group. That's basically what this is about. Oh yeah, I'm definitely left. So that's the major difference. Americans pay more because they're more into culture wars. That's pretty much what I get out of it. The more culture wars, the more expensive prices go up. The less you get. You know what I'm saying? So, somebody, what is this? I'm left leaning. What are you talking about? But listen, I'm a leftist, but that doesn't mean unilaterally I agree with every single thing that another person on the left agrees with. Don't you understand there's nuances? Do you think every person on the right agrees unilaterally 100% with every other person on the right? You got to ask specific questions. Don't just fall for, are you left or right, man? Talk about specific issues so you can get somewhere. And this is what I was talking about. Americans are into this culture war shit. They will turn anything into a culture war. Now this person just turned it into what party? Is it left or right? Okay, it's two options, left or right, nothing else. Let's talk about exact issues, things you want to make better. Let's do that. How about that? No matter if you on the left, no matter if you on the right, don't you have some issues? Don't you want to pay less for your cell phone bill? God damn, I just brought up an issue. What does that have to do? Look, I pay $14 to $20 a month. You pay $100. Why does it matter if you're a left or right person if $100 fucking dollars for a service is ridiculous? Why does that matter? No, forget destroying it. I don't say destroy it. I just say build. But why does that matter if you don't understand you getting robbed anyway? You could have a 3-party system. Is paying $100 okay for a cell phone a month? I don't care if it's 20. Denmark has 30 goddamn parties. We pay $12 to $20. Some people pay $25 a month, maybe. Some people might pay $30. I don't know, for the same service. But $100 a month? It shouldn't matter if you're left or right when everybody's paying too much for a goddamn service like that. What does that tell you? That's all I'm saying. What does it tell you? It tells me that you're more into culture wars. You're more into culture wars. It's okay to be left or right. I'm not saying that, but what about the priorities? Even as a left person or as a right person, shouldn't your priorities shouldn't you have priorities? Shouldn't housing costs be a priority? Shouldn't food costs be a priority? Shouldn't education be a priority? Shouldn't healthcare be a priority? Shouldn't cost of utilities be a priority? Shouldn't those be your foundational priorities? That you're willing to work with anybody that agrees about that, no matter what party they're from. Shouldn't that be the way you approach things? Shouldn't you still be level-headed, no matter if you're left or right? Shouldn't you still be level-headed? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell? But when you're into culture wars, you don't need to be level head. See, I got priorities. Now. I have priorities. I mean, no, you're not into culture. So how much do you pay for your phone bill? How much you pay for your cell phone? If you're not into culture wars, let me just ask you. $46. You pay $46. What company you got? I mean, I've already asked these questions before, so I know what the average cost is. You know what I'm saying? I'm just bringing it back home to priorities. If you think you pay too much. Oh, so what company is it? You just said 46 twice. What's the company? AT&T. What's AT&T cell phone cost monthly for unlimited calls and 100 G data? Let me see what that costs. AT&T. It says unlimited premium. Okay, that's the best offer. I guess you don't have that one. Unlimited extra. No, you don't have that one. Unlimited starter. Okay, no, you don't have that one. They don't have a package here for $45, man. So, yeah, I'm missing that one. What's the name of your package? What's the name of it? What's it called? What is it called? Oh my God. Derek, add the family plan with 4 people. Add the family plan with 4 people. Okay. Add the family. Is it called the family plan? Okay, let me do that. Let me see. What about family plan for 4 people? I mean, it doesn't even matter because we can just go off of the average cost for one person. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm paying for one person, I don't think a family plan would even save me, but let me see here. Okay. I see what you're saying. You saying that you got unlimited extra, right? You got an unlimited extra 75 gigabytes data, right? Possible. Okay. Okay. So for 4 people on the same plan, okay. All right. Well, I see that. Well, let me ask you something. So each one of you pay $40, right? So that's each one of you pay $40 for that service, obviously, right? To be on it. Do you think that's a good price? AT&T is 60 plus. Yeah, well, he just threw a new element in there. He's saying it's like, I mean, I'm talking about average. Obviously, we're talking about average. And listen, again, I also said collectively, and I said Americans are into culture wars. This is a different way of thinking. The reason why costs are high is because you're not a collective. Americans are not a collective. That's what drives up prices. So while one person says, I paid this, I paid this amount, but another person is paying another amount. So when you say the average American pays way more for cell phones than the average European. That's the point. And the point is, are you okay with that? The average American pays way more for health care than the average European. Are you okay with that? There's more preventive care in Europe because everybody can see a doctor as soon as they're sick. So that actually also keeps costs down. But what I'm asking you is, are you okay with that? You see? That's the point. And why is it that way? And what I'm saying to you as an American that lives outside of the U.S., I'm saying it through and I'm qualifying it because I live here. I'm saying it because Americans are not moving as a collective. They're more divided, so they pay more for everything. That's what I'm telling you, brother or sister. Derek is a brother, I guess. Right? You see what I'm saying? And so these culture wars don't help. They don't help things get cheaper. They help things get more expensive. You see what I'm saying? And what is Tim Spoon talking about here, man? What you wasting people's times for, bro? Like, he's a cop talking out of his man. Listen, bro. I'm sorry. I don't want to get disrespectful, but you know what I'm saying? Like, stop playing games in here, man. And it keeps, again, you see what I'm saying? Can't keep serious about life, you know? And again, that's culture wars. Probably this person wrote something like probably a dude in a dress, probably this and that. And again, culture war. He's worried about what somebody else is wearing, a dress. He's not worried about the cost of goods for his family members, his mother, his father, his grandparents, his kids. You see how that works? Because to him, it's funny that he pays more for everything. That's like a joke. That's kind of lame if you ask me, you know. Current context 2025-26. As of late 2025, efforts to pass alternative narrow Republican health care measures have been consistently blocked by Democrats in Congress. Meanwhile, the House has okay, let's look that up. Let's see here. Let's see. What is the last effort to change health care, to change how health care works in the USA been in Congress? And by what parties? Let's see here. I mean, you know, listen, I know somebody else said you wouldn't let Trump do anything, but what did Trump do? Now here, let's read this out. I'm just going to play this, right, so people can hear it. Here we go. Then we're going to ask some questions about that, right?
Here's a current detailed summary.
Oh, by the way, Republicans are the majority. I don't know if you know this. Who said that? Let's go back. Ronald, the one thing you're definitely incorrect about is Democrats can't block anything as a minority party. If all Republicans wanted it, it would happen. If all Republicans in Congress and in the Senate wanted it, it would happen. If all the Republicans on the Supreme Court wanted it, it would happen. If the White House, if the president was a Republican, which he is, it would happen. So that's not a Democrat problem. That's not Democrats, because the Republican Party, some of your members don't agree. That's obvious. You see what I mean? Senate constraints. Senate requires 60 votes to overcome full about. Okay, well, let's hear it. Let's hear what it is. I mean, they passed the big, beautiful bill, right? Didn't they pass that? I mean, let's see. Let's see.
A current detailed summary of the most recent major effort in the U.S. Congress to change how healthcare works, what was proposed, who backed it, and where it stands as of early 2026. ABC News 1. Senate Healthcare Proposals, December 2025. In late 2025, the U.S. Senate debated two competing healthcare reform bills, but neither advanced because they didn't reach the 60-vote threshold needed to overcome a filibuster. Democratic Bill, Lower Health Care Costs Act, S3385, proposed by Senate Democrats. Key changes proposed: extends the Enhanced Affordable Care Act, ACA premium tax credits for 3 years, helping millions of people keep affordable coverage. Estimated to increase insured rates and lower out-of-pocket costs. Status failed in the Senate, 51-48, short of 60 votes. Republican Bill, Healthcare Freedom for Patients Act, proposed by Senate Republicans, Mike Crapo and Bill Cassidy. Key changes proposed: does not extend enhanced ACA tax credits. Instead, creates new health savings accounts, HSAs, with government deposits with $1,000 and $1,500 to help individuals purchase ACA plans. Status also failed to clear 60 votes. Why this matters, the debate was framed around whether to keep or reshape the ACA subsidies that have helped millions afford coverage, making this one of the most significant Congress healthcare efforts in years. Hammer 2. House actions on ACA subsidies and healthcare bills, late 2025, early 2026. House passed extension of ACA premium subsidies. The House of Representatives passed a separate bill to extend ACA premium subsidies for 3 years, especially important because the enhanced subsidies were set to expire. The vote was largely along party lines, with some Republicans joining Democrats. This bill could move forward if the Senate agrees on a compromise version. House GOP Affordable Care Proposal. Republicans in the House advanced a health care package that would expand access to association health plans, allowing small employers and self-employed people to band together for insurance. Increase price transparency and PBM pharmacy benefit manager reform to address drug costs. Notably, this plan does not extend the enhanced ACA tax credits, which critics say would increase premiums for many Americans. Number 3. Appropriations and smaller reforms, Jan 2026. PBM reform in health funding bill. The House passed a major health funding appropriations package that includes reforms targeting pharmacy benefit managers, aiming to curb practices that drive up prescription drug costs. The package would stop PBMs from tying compensation to list prices and boost transparency for employers. Number 4. Supplemental and bipartisan legislation. Aside from the headline Senate-House efforts, there are smaller but bipartisan bills moving through Congress that would tweak specific parts of healthcare delivery, not full reform. Hospital at Home Extension, H.R. 4313, Hospital Inpatient Services Modernization Act, extends the Hospital at Home program for 5 years, passed the House and awaits final Senate action. Reflects bipartisan interest in expanding alternative care models. Bipartisan Prior Authorization Reform, Patient Access to Autoimmune Treatments, BT Act, H.R. 5467, limits prior authorization reviews for certain drugs under Medicare Advantage, reducing administrative burden. Preventive Health Savings Act, S. 3204, proposed to change how the Congressional Budget Office evaluates long-term savings from preventive care, potentially shaping future healthcare cost debates. Number 5. Broader executive policy context. In addition to legislation, the Trump administration has proposed healthcare policy changes aimed at insurance markets, pricing, and Medicare Advantage. A plan called the Great Healthcare Plan, focusing on direct payments to patients, price transparency, and drug cost reductions. CMS proposals on ACA marketplace rules, including shorter enrollment periods and changes to benefit definitions that would affect coverage scope and access. Political and policy divides. Republicans generally propose replacing or reshaping ACA subsidies with HSAs or direct support, expanding less regulated insurance options, association plans, PBM transparency and cost management, more market-based mechanisms versus mandates. Democrats generally propose extending and strengthening ACA premium tax credits, protecting access for people with pre-existing conditions, expanding coverage and affordability, potentially universal elements, though Medicare for All isn't currently the focus of mainstream legislation. Key takeaways. Initiative sponsor main goal status. Lower Healthcare Costs Act, Senate Democrats. Extend ACA subsidies, lower costs. Failed to pass Senate. Healthcare Freedom for Patients Act. Senate Republicans. HSA credits, no subsidy extension. Failed to pass Senate. House ACA Subsidy Extension Bill, House Dems plus some GOP. Extend subsidies past House awaits Senate. House GOP Health Plan, House Republicans Association Plans, PBM Reform, passed House, Hospital at Home Bill. Bipartisan Extend Alternative Care Program. If you'd like, I can provide direct links to the specific bills in Congress.gov or a timeline of how these proposals have moved floor votes, along with projected impacts on average costs for middle-income Americans. No, under current Senate rules, the Republicans cannot pass major healthcare bills without some Democratic support. Here's why. Senate filibuster requirement. In the US Senate, most legislation, including healthcare reform, requires 60 votes to overcome a filibuster. The Senate is currently split roughly 50-50, so even if all Republicans vote in favor, they would have only 50 votes. This means at least 10 Democrats would need to support the bill for it to pass under normal procedures. Budget reconciliation exception. There is a special process called budget reconciliation that allows certain budget-related bills, taxes, spending, and deficits to pass with simple majority, 51 votes, bypassing the 60-vote filibuster. However, reconciliation is limited. It can't make broad policy changes unrelated to spending, revenue, or debt limits. Most Republican healthcare bills, like creating new HSAs or repealing ACA subsidies, might qualify in part, but if the bill includes regulatory changes outside spending, Democrats could block it. House support alone isn't enough. Even if the House passes a Republican healthcare plan, it must still pass the Senate in the same form to become law. With a 50-50 Senate, no bill can pass without either 10 Democrats crossing party lines or using reconciliation for narrowly budget-related provisions. Bottom line, Republicans cannot fully pass a comprehensive healthcare overhaul without some Democratic votes under the current Senate structure. Minor tweaks or purely budget-related measures might pass via reconciliation, but sweeping changes like replacing ACA subsidies with HSAs would almost certainly require bipartisan support.
All right, so here's my natural question, right? Let me see here. Yeah, my main question is this. So, how come they don't pass it? How come they don't pass it? Why is it not passed? If you have 50-50 in the Senate, right? Don't you always need someone else to, doesn't it need to be bipartisan cooperation to get it done? Right? So you mean to tell me that in all these years, let me just ask this next question. How many years has Europe had universal health care and education? France. I mean, damn, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. 1978, Italy, Spain, 1986, Nordic countries, Denmark, 1970, right? Right. France, 1945 with Social Security. Okay. United Kingdom, 1948. Okay. So why is it that with all these decades and all these different parties, Republican, Democrat, again, I said this is not a partisan issue. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. That's what I started off saying. The cost of phone bills shouldn't be a partisan issue. Shouldn't be about who your party is. I've been saying this for a long time. I've said the issue is culture wars in the United States. Whenever you're engaged in a culture war, you're not focused on actually how you're going to get the basic things done. You're not focused on how you're going to get costs down. You're not focused on how you're going to get utilities down. You're not focused on how you're going to get healthcare costs down. You're not focused on how you're going to get housing costs down. Yet, I mean, this is a general issue. So how could it be for that many decades, nobody in the U.S. has done anything? How could that be? How could that be? How could that be? I mean, for 50 years, goddamn, that's more. That's 75 years Denmark has had public health care and education. I mean, universal health care and education. That's a long time. So what is it about Americans that they don't want it? See, you can't really just say, like, leave it up, because the politicians are elected by the voters. So what is it you're voting for when you vote for a congressional member? What is it you're voting for when you vote for a senator? What is it you're voting for when you vote for a president? What is it? Is it a cultural war thing? Or you know what I'm saying? I'm just curious. I'm just curious about it because to me, it sounds like it's a people problem, a people not wanting it problem, because people usually elect people that get them things they want. That's usually how it works. And if they don't get you the thing that you didn't want, you don't elect them again. You see what I'm saying? So Americans tend to have a whole lot of Republicans that they elect. Let's see how many. Who are the oldest running elected officials in federal government in the USA by part? Yeah. Let's see here in the USA. I'm just curious about that. I mean, this is the natural. To me, this is the next question. You know, let's see here. Feinstein, age 52. Damn, I'm older than Feinstein. What the hell, man? That's crazy. Oh, it doesn't say what years in office. No. Hold on. Let me go down. I don't think everybody can see this. Can everybody see this? Let's go back here. Right. Okay. Now, does it say, oh, here it is. There it is right there. I got to bring it across. Here we go. Since 1981, who was that? Chuck Grassley, Republican. Since 1981, let me see. Let me see here. All right, here we go. Chuck Grassley. This is a nice list right here. Chuck Grassley, Republican. He's the oldest. He's been in there 45 years in Congress. Congress from 1975 to 1981. Senate from 1981 to present. Okay, let's go over. Let's go look at it again. Who else is there? This is crazy. Who else is there? There's Hal Rogers. He's also a Republican, right? He's from Kentucky. Kentucky people, man, they've been voting people in there for lifelong terms and shit. 44 years in the House. Bernie Sanders. Okay, Bernie Sanders is number 3. He's an independent, right? But he runs with Democrats sometimes, right? Or he caucuses with Democrats, but he's an independent. So, all right. Mitch McConnell, Republican. 40 goddamn years. Okay. Jim Reich, Republican. 16 years. Okay. Steny Hoyer, Democrat. Years in office, 44 years. Hold on. Wait a second. I think Republican years in the Senate since 2009. Okay. She must have been. Jim Reich, was he also a Congress member? Okay. Steny Hoyer, Democrat, in years in office, 44 years, right? Maxine Waters, years in office, 32 years. Okay. Nancy Pelosi, 38 years. Eleanor Holmes Norton, 38 years. Who else? Hold on. Okay, I don't want to know the oldest. Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious about this. I never actually bothered to look to see. Okay, so let's deal with the Democrats, right? For the maggots out there that like paying a whole lot, you know, that like the Trojan horses. I mean, but you guys can't say you're not getting illegal immigrants out. Isn't Trump getting you the illegal immigrants out? Aren't you happy about that? Illegal immigrants are getting kicked out. How effective is Trump with the illegal immigrants? How effective are the Republicans with the illegal immigrants? Are they effective? Are they effective? Did they need any Democrats to help them do that? No, look at this. He says, stop asking why Republicans didn't pass health care. He didn't know Democrats blocked the bill. But that's the same for every party. You Republicans block bills too. That's not the point. The point is, how many decades have Europeans have had fucking universal health care and universal education for how many decades? Since the fucking 70s. And you still sitting there trying to make an excuse. Listen, it's not about Republican or Democrat. It's about the voter, you jackass. It's about what do you want, Ronald? If you don't say what you want, you can't fucking get it. Don't you understand that? So you could blame it on your representatives, but you're the one voting for them. It's you voting for them, dude. It's you literally voting for them. So who did you vote for? Did you vote for someone? I mean, you know, like I'm just like, see, this is what I'm saying. Let's get out of this Republican and Democrat shit. You're all Americans together. Did you know that? You all Americans together. See, you either rise together or you sink together, brother. Don't you get that? I mean, I hope you get it. You paying for it. You paying for it. Hey, listen, you could laugh at me having a conversation, man. I'm an American, but I live somewhere else where we have health care. My kids get paid to go to school. I don't know what you laughing about. You better find something more funny to laugh about, because this ain't funny conversation, bro. Like, really, it's not funny. It's real. It's your life. And you're going to pay for it. You know, you're paying for it now, and you're going to pay more for it. You know, now I'm just saying, how is it possible, if it's not an American issue that translates to both parties, if it's not an American issue that translates to both parties, how is it possible while every other Western country has had universal health care and universal education for fucking 40 years, how is it possible the U.S. doesn't? That's the point. If it's not both parties, that's what I'm saying. These are people you voting for, though. So why don't Americans make sure that everyone they vote for definitely believes every American should have health care and higher and guaranteed higher education and elder care? Why don't you just vote for people who want that? That's what motherfuckers in Europe vote for. Why you ain't voting for it? And it costs them less. I'm just saying, I'm asking you. Don't try to say I try to tell you something. I'm asking you the question. So if I don't ask, I can't know your answer. I can't know what you think. So I'm asking you. I'm not assuming. He's like, it was your point. No, it's not. No, I'm making my point right now. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm making my point right now. The point is that this is not a Democrat and Republican thing. This is a billionaires thing. This is a capitalism thing. That's my point. Okay. Now, you keep trying to get back into the Democrats wouldn't let us. Yeah. Okay. The Democrats wouldn't let you for how many years has this been? Come on, man. Yeah, I got you. So the Republicans been advocating for universal health care. I understand that, right? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Republicans been advocating for universal health care? Is that what you're trying to tell me, Ronald? Because I never heard about it. Republicans been advocating for universal education? I never heard about it. When? You know, that's what I'm saying. Why don't you just advocate for it? Why don't you just vote for politicians that want universal health care and universal education? Why don't you do that? But there's a reason why you didn't want to, because you were worried about the illegal immigrants. You were worried about the Trojan horse. That's why you ain't do it. There's either a legal immigrant that's more important for you to focus on, a faggot that you don't like, a goddamn tranny you don't like, a woman you don't want to have a fucking abortion. There's always somebody else's fucking life that ain't yours that's more important. That's why you fucking don't have the things that everybody needs. That's the problem. The culture wars in the United States of America. And don't you tell me you don't know about it, because you absolutely fucking do. Because everything you pay costs more because of it. Everything you pay more. You worried about controlling somebody else's body. That's what you worried about. You worried about who you don't fucking like. You worried about the little guy, chasing the little person around. Meanwhile, the billionaires are getting all your tax money, subsidized businesses, and you talking about, I don't want no illegal immigrant to take my health care. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Shit, I'm fucking American. I know Americans very well. And the misogyny, yeah, I know Americans very fucking well. You can't lie to me. I'm from Washington, D.C., motherfucker. I seen it all, okay? You know what I'm saying? And I've been around the U.S. You know what I'm saying? I done seen it all. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you don't have it. It's not just as simple as Democrats stop me, Republican. No. It's that you go for bullshit slogans. That's what it is. You go for the vote for me. I'm going to keep chicks with dicks out of the toilet. You went for vote for me. We're going to stop these bitches from having abortions. Fuck them. They committing genocide. That's what you voted for. That's what you voted for. You voted for, why don't you work and earn your money to pay for your health care? I don't want to pay for your health care. That's what you voted for. That's why you don't have it. Stop trying to play dumb, man. And guess what? Other people in Europe didn't vote for that shit. That's what it is. That's what it is in reality, baby. That's exactly what it is, okay? So don't you try to tell me. I know. That is my point. Okay, I'm saying? My point is, I'm not worried about what lady is having a goddamn abortion. It ain't my business. That's my point. I'm not worried about what dude in a dress went in the bathroom yesterday. That ain't my point. I don't give a shit. I go into any bathroom I want when I want to take a fucking piss. What is this? I'm not a chick with a dick. What the fuck? I'm a dude with one. I want to use the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? I'm not chasing around blaming somebody. I don't have a job because the illegal immigrant taking my job. He can't even speak English, though, but he taking my job? What the fuck? I'm not going for that bullshit. What the hell, man? Man, yeah. Nah, U.S. got a whole lot to work for, and that's why you got Trump. You got a whole lot to figure out. That's why you have Trump, a motherfucker that's walking in Putin on a goddamn red carpet. That's why you have Trump. Okay? A goddamn best friend of a fucking pedophile because your priorities are fucked up. That's what it is, and somebody needs to fucking tell you. Brother, free healthcare in California. And who got you that free healthcare? What was it? Was it a Republican? Okay. In any case... Okay, in any case, you know, who's taking it from you? Is it the Democrat taking it from you, stopping that policy? Let's think about it. But in any case, yo, there's still loads of work to do. Ronald, don't try to say I'm lying, man. Don't try to say I'm lying. If you had, look at this silly shit. If you had a daughter, you'd be worried about, I have 2 daughters. If you had a daughter, you'd be worried about a guy going into the, no, what the hell are you talking about? The issue is not a guy going into the bathroom. The issue is the intention of the human being, you stupid ass. God damn, what's wrong with you, man? You think just because a man is going into a woman's bathroom that he gives a fuck trying to find a lady? Is that really what you think? Is that really what you think? You think if a woman goes into a man's bathroom, you think she's looking for a man? Is that what you fucking think? Maybe she wants to take a piss. You ever heard of that? What the fuck? Maybe the ladies' bathroom is crowded and she can't wait. What the fuck, man? What's going on in your brain? Like, come on, man. And you thinking this shit while your president, what bathroom you think he won't go in? Your president. You think he give a shit what bathroom he's going in? Come on, man. You got to be smarter. Again, that's what I'm trying to say. It's see, he just proved it. It is the culture war. He's worried about a man. Shit, man. Well, I'm going to tell you what. If I got to take a piss, I'm not going in the bathroom looking for a date. I'm trying to take a piss and I'm out of there. Okay. And I want the bathroom to be clean. And I don't care if it's ladies' bath, what sign is on it. At some point, I got to use it. Okay. And you better be in there cleaning that shit and getting it ready for me. Because if I'm in an establishment and I can't take a leak and the shit ain't clean, I ain't waiting around. Okay. For somebody. What the hell? You know what I'm saying? Look, what's more important? Who's taking a pee in the right bathroom or everybody need health care? I mean, he proved it. You know what I'm saying? It took a while. It took a while to get it out of Ronald's ass, but goddamn. It's priorities, man. It's just priorities, and you cannot hide it. And listen, whether you're whether you're Democrat or Republican, you got to prioritize. You got to ask yourself what is more important. And if you keep getting led down this silly ass Trojan horse thing, you're going to get played by the rich people just like you're getting played right now. And do not try to tell me Elon Musk, Trump, and the rest of these billionaires did not play these po-ass motherfuckers in the United States of America. Do not try to tell me that, because that's exactly what they did. And even some dumbass immigrants voted for their ass, and they getting terrorized right now. Some Hispanics voted for them. Some blacks voted for them. Some women voted for them. Like, it's crazy. Culture war. It's culture war. It's culture war. So you get what you get, man, when that's what you empower, you know? But I just really hope, Ronald said, you ever heard of Wait Your Turn? That's so funny, man. Hey, have you ever heard of, have you ever heard of, I'm used to getting good service wherever I fucking go, and I don't want to be treated like a second-class citizen? You ever heard of that? Okay? Like, goddamn. You know what I'm saying? What the hell is this, man? It's like this guy never been nowhere. Every toilet, it's like, first of all, if you do toilets right, you wouldn't be thinking about it. Okay? If you just had clean toilets, created well, you wouldn't even be worried about whether it's a man or a woman. Goddamn, have you ever gone into a real toilet lately? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn, they supposed to have stalls. They supposed to be prepared for you to hang your coat up, have all the materials in there to clean. A real fucking toilet with somebody in there that cleans it. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn, what you think? Come on, man. Stop being cheap and creating problems just because you don't want to pay somebody to have a job, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just, yeah. In any case, it's just a toilet. What the fuck? If it's clean, I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really don't get it. I really don't get it. I'm not falling for it, man. You got to do more to service people better, because this whole thing is just getting too loony. You know, it's just getting too loony. I'm only telling you how I live. I've been out there, in places, where it was like, the ladies' bathroom is empty, the man's bathroom, somebody's in it. It's only two toilets. One over here to the right, one on the left. The one with the dude in it, it's taking too goddamn long. I can't wait out here. The one to the left is the ladies' bathroom. It's empty. I got somewhere to go. I got to get back in the ride and get on with my business. What do? You know what I'm saying? What do you do? What's a dude supposed to do? Sit up there and be like, what if somebody think I'm in there trying to do? It's like, come on, man. Nobody got time for that shit. And it could be multiple stalls. I'm just telling you how I feel. I walked into the damn bathroom. I think I've actually seen a lady in the... Listen, what if you're a guy and you have a daughter and you got to take her to the bathroom? Which bathroom do you go to? What do you do? You ever had a child? You know what I'm saying? What do you do? Which one do you take? Or do you let your 7-year-old daughter just go in there by herself? What do you do? Do you go in there with her, or do you not? I mean, which bathroom as the man do you take her to? Do you take her to the man's bathroom, or do you take her to the ladies' bathroom? What do you do as a father? Anybody figure that one out? You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Go to the damn bathroom. Exactly, man. These people, it's almost like projection. It's almost like they thinking that they're raping people, so you must be trying to rape somebody too when you go to the bathroom. It's like, no, I'm just trying to go to the goddamn bathroom. Goddamn. That's it. Nothing else. Just trying to get out of there. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Taylor. It's like, what? But this is what these culture wars do. And I'm just telling you, culture war. You're going to end up paying more for your phone bill. Culture war. More for your electricity. Culture war. More for your gas, more for your housing, more for your education, more for your health care. All of that is culture war. More things to distract people. Instead of the government governing and thinking about solutions for the multitude of people, instead we thinking about culture war, and it's just becoming too much in my view. Like, we got to have a conversation about it so that we can get to the next point, because there is an election coming up, and we got to have talking points to deal with people with. You know, we got to be able to deal with people that are stuck in that culture war shit. You know, because it's holding back a whole lot of stuff, you know. And at this point, it's just too far, man. It's too far. You know, too many people been hurt, you know, unnecessarily, you know. And if you don't know somebody that's been hurt by these culture wars, by this new administration, I don't know what America you're living in. I know people that have been hurt and by this new administration and have said, you know what, even though they're being hurt, right? They just can't get themselves to, they always say something like, well, at least he's dealing with the immigration problem. Yeah, great, in some kind of way, not in a comprehensive way, in some kind of way, but not comprehensive. The numbers they can, Kristi Noem can't tell you the fucking numbers. Listen to this. I mean, how can you say he's dealing with the immigration shit, right, when the damn lady, listen to this. This is ridiculous.
We go now to Castlewood, South Dakota, and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Good morning to you, Madam Secretary.
Good morning.
Well, DHS calls this the largest operation in its history, nearly 3,000 federal agents out there. Is this an open-ended deployment, or is there a metric for success that ends it?
Well, I think every day we get a murderer off the streets of Minneapolis, the public is safer, and President Trump is keeping his promise to the American people. And we literally have arrested and detained thousands of illegal criminals in Minnesota since President Trump came back into the White House. And I've never met a family that ever said, oh, I wish you would have left that rapist free. I wish you would have left that murderer on the streets. So we're just so thankful that we have a president that's upholding the law and is determined to make sure that the laws are applied equally to everyone.
According to Pew, Minnesota's population of immigrants here illegally stands at 2.2%. So how do you judge when you've gotten everyone off the streets that you say is, you know, requiring your federal agents be there? How do you say we've had mission accomplished?
Well, we won't stop until we are sure that all the dangerous people are picked up, brought to justice, and then deported back to their home countries.
Or a date?
We wouldn't be in this situation. We wouldn't be in this situation if Joe Biden hadn't allowed our open border policies to be in place and allowed up to 20 million people unvetted into this country. We have no idea how many dangerous people are here. When you have millions of people coming in that are terrorists, suspected terrorists, criminals, come from countries in the mass migration that the Biden administration facilitated, I can't tell the people of Minnesota exactly how many dangerous criminals they have. I do know that they're extremely grateful every time we get a pedophile off the street. We arrested an individual this week that was raping children. I think those parents in Minnesota can sleep better at night knowing that that person isn't free.
Sure, but you just said millions. What's the breakdown of the percentage of those who you have in custody who have actually committed a criminal offense versus just the civil infraction?
Every single individual has committed a crime, but 70% of them have committed or have charges against them on violent crimes and crimes that they are charged with or have been convicted of that have come from other countries that are here illegally, first of all, and then they have committed a criminal act while they've been here or in their home countries as well.
It's not 70%.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
70% of everyone
you guys keep changing your percentage. You pick and choose what numbers you think work, but that is the facts, is that 70% of the people that we have detained have charges against them or have been convicted of charges, and they need to be brought to justice. And we're going to keep doing that no matter how much you guys keep lying and don't tell the public the truth. It absolutely is that these law enforcement officers are out there every day doing the work to protect the American people, and they will keep doing that because they believe in enforcing the law, which is exactly what President Trump has charged them with.
Okay, well, our reporting is that 47%, based on your agency's own numbers, 47% have criminal.
How does she not know the numbers? How does she not know the numbers? This is the whole point. How does she not know the numbers? I mean, it's ridiculous. It's her own agency's numbers. Yo, I'll be honest. I love your channel and didn't even know what I was sending. Appreciate it. Don't worry now. I saw the laughing disco. I appreciate it. Yeah. But I appreciate it. Good looking out. Good looking out. But listen to this. She doesn't. This is the head of the Department of Homeland Security, and she doesn't even know her own agency's numbers. Like, she's telling the woman literally on TV that she's lying. This is what you always do. You always make up your own numbers. It's your numbers, lady. What the fuck?
Have charges against them or have been convicted of charges, and they need to be brought to justice. And we're going to keep doing that no matter how much you guys keep lying and don't tell the public the truth. It absolutely is that these law enforcement officers are out there every day doing the work to protect the American people, and they will keep doing that because they believe in enforcing the law, which is exactly what President Trump has charged them with.
Okay, well, our reporting is that 47%, based on your agency's own numbers, 47% have criminal convictions against them. But let's talk about the other numbers.
Wrong again.
Which means you're wrong again. So you can't win a conversation with a Trump appointee. That's for damn sure.
Absolutely. We'll get you the correct numbers so you can use them in the future.
Well,
we'll get you the correct numbers. It's her own numbers. I mean, you know, and this is the state of it, you know. So again, this is why you pay more for your cell phone bill. This is why you pay more for energy. This is why you pay more for housing. This is why you pay more for healthcare. This is why you pay more for education. This is your problem. You know, 47 is wicked. Look, 47 is wicked high, but she was like, it's 70. And then she called the woman a liar because she didn't say 70, and it's her own numbers, you know. But see, this is the thing. Her numbers are, you can't even trust any numbers that's not verified by several sources, right? Come on now, let's do it. There's always got to be a medium number. But in any case, you're talking about this woman doesn't know her own agency's numbers. It doesn't matter what the number is. Forget if you even trust the number. The point is that she didn't even realize that the journalist was quoting her own agency's numbers. That's the problem. You see what I mean? That's actually the problem. This is the leader of Homeland Security, and she's telling someone else that is quoting the numbers that were given to her by her own agency. She's calling this woman a liar. How can you get anything done this way? How can you get anything done this way? It's why you pay more for everything. It's why you pay more. Listen, I got to go, but I'm going to tell people, if the people that got memberships, you should watch those private videos. And particularly, there's one about the tax system in the U.S. versus the tax system in the EU. It's about the economy. And I believe that same one that's about taxes talks about the fact that even with the taxes, we pay higher taxes in the EU, slightly higher. Like when I was in D.C., I was paying 33% tax when you add all the taxes together. Sales tax, payroll, state payroll tax, and federal taxes. All that shit put together, I was paying 33%. In Denmark, I paid 39%. So that's 6% more. But what do I get for it? Okay, I get health care for that 6% more. My kids get paid education with that 6% more. And even after that, the average European, after they pay all their taxes and pay all of their living expenses every month, take home $1,000 more than the average American. Yes. So there's a lie that's been put out there. The lie has been that because you pay more in taxes, you take home less money in your own pocket. That's the lie. See, they've been fooling Americans again. And while people are off on these culture wars, because look, talking about socialism, that's also a culture war. It's just another term, left and right, up and down, red and blue, what the fuck, Crips and Bloods. It's like everything is not that goddamn simple. You got to look into the details. You know what I'm saying? And that's really how they have a lot of Americans. Crips and Bloods, Crips and Bloods. That's all they're fucking thinking about. They don't even want to look into the data to know what it's saying before they judge it. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, look at some of those private videos. I'm not sure what they all title. As a matter of fact, I got to put those into their own group, the membership ones. But check in on that because there is something there. And if you rather hear it from a person who's a European telling you these things that's never lived in the United States of America, then go find one. if you're looking for an American citizen that grew up in the United States, moved out when he was 30 and lives in Europe and can tell you the data and can tell you from qualified information, from living, firsthand, how it plays out, you can ask me. That's all I'm saying. I'm a resource. Otherwise, hey, you know what I'm saying? God bless you anyway. You know what I'm saying? But on that note, I appreciate everybody for supporting. The last 7 months, I really started getting a lot of views and a lot of subscriptions. So I appreciate everybody that's newly subscribed. I know every day I'm not always at my best. I'm not perfect. Some days, I've made a couple of mistakes, but one thing I can promise you is when I make mistakes, I try to address them right away. You see what I mean? Open and honestly. And look, we don't always have to agree, but what I want to have here is honest conversation that can help transform and what the future, transform what's going to happen. Because trust me, what's going on right now in the United States is a danger. And if you don't solve it, somebody else is going to solve that problem for you. And it's going to hurt. You see what I'm saying? It's going to hurt. Everybody else in the world is making their own trade deals because of this dumbass Donald Trump said he could do it all by himself. You don't want that. This man is making the United States a dangerous place. He's hurting people. He's going to destroy the country. So I know you may not accept it because I'm a Democrat saying it, but I'm just asking you, drop whether it's a Democrat, look at the details. Again, get out of this Crips and blood thinking and think about the details, because I don't just do and live my life according to what a Democrat tells me. I live my life according to what I tell myself. You think I go ask Chuck Schumer, should I move to Denmark? What the fuck? No. No. I haven't asked Chuck Schumer. I haven't asked Hakeem Jeffries. I haven't asked MAGA Mike Johnson either. And I haven't asked Trump about my life. I look into the shit myself and make decisions. And I've been doing that my whole life. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, it is hard to stop stupid though. It's hard to stop stupid, but you know what? You could stop it in yourself first, and you have a better chance at stopping it around in your immediate vicinity. And that's what we're dealing with, one step at a time, and I'm doing the same thing. I know that there's a certain amount of people that's going to walk away from my channel having some things and having some ideas and some talking points that information and talking points that maybe they weren't getting somewhere else. That's my whole point. Whether they're perfect or not, hey, whether they're all the ones you need, I don't know. Whether some of them are cool or not, it's not my issue. But I can tell you one thing for sure. I know a lot about what's going on in the United States. I know what it's like to grow up there. I know what it's like to work there. I know how people think. I'm an American citizen myself. I have no other citizenship. My family on both sides goes back to the colonial period, but I moved abroad after being able to travel a lot in my 20s. I moved abroad finally when I was 30, and I could tell you about how things are going on over here. You see what I mean? I can help you know whether something is true about what's going on in Europe, or whether and Americans are saying it, or I could help point out to you what's a lie. You see what I'm saying? So on that note, I'm out. I appreciate everybody. I'm gonna catch up with you all later on today, but y'all be good until then. All right. Peace. Fuck Trump. Impeach Trump. Trump's a traitor, by the way. Throw his ass in jail. You know what I'm saying? One.
They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Leaving 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death ode, cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct. And I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way that's subtle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't fear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Feelings I never felt in my life. It's hard to explain what I'm going through is new. I'm good looking, clean up well, but without this fine young little lady, I'm still in hell. She's brown skinned, Eritrean. Love every second and the time that we spend. We're good friends, there's no need to pretend. The way she walks and moves her hips, those smooth curves, I just love to kiss. It's Sunday morning, make her breakfast in bed, bring her a latte and chill up in the spread, and manifest all the thoughts in my head. The comforter of my life. You know what? She may not know it, I want her to be my wife. It was my finest wish to stay the night. She's doing fine on her own, about to buy a home. Me, I'm working out some shit, but I've grown. I'm working hard to keep things right. Focus on my music so we can have a life outside of the system and the bright lights. She feeds me juice and curry when I'm hungry. Caress me on my body, it feels lovely. A lot of pain that I took on in my life, I need you to make it right. Need you to make it right. The feelings I'm feeling, it's real in my life. I know you're something special, want you to be my wife. All I need to know is will you treat me right. I wanna make love tonight. The feelings I'm feeling, it's real in my life. I know you're something special, want you to be my wife. All I need to know is will you treat me right. I wanna make love tonight. Brown eyes, caramel skin, beautiful face. where do I begin? Your hips, they keep making me excited. Your breasts, just how I like it. If you're the key to my life, then will you be there for me? All I'm asking is, will you trust in me? It's complicated, but I wanna do it right. If we keep true to the love, we can make life. Your destiny is to be with me. I'm waiting for you to be one with me. Your soulmate, I would do anything for you. Baby girl, it's you I adore. Word life, you are my life. I won't deal with nothing that's strife. We're gonna spend all our time together, me and you, girl, forever. The feelings I'm feeling is real in my life. I know you're something special, want you to be my wife. All I need to know is will you treat me right? I wanna make love tonight. The feelings I'm feeling is real in my life. I know you're something special, want you to be my wife. All I need to know is will you treat me right? I wanna make love tonight.
Wrote this one because I love you and I want you to love me too, girl.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. I love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. I love the way I love you.
You my TRL, I'm looking at you. The look in my eye, you can tell that I wanna know you, better yet show you that I treat you right, this I owe ya. The feelings I feel are not obscene. It's no secret I'll go in public and scream. I'll LOV you, my baby girl. The feeling's so true, we can make our own world. We were made for each other, I feel like you love. We had a child, we be father and mother. There ain't no other I'd rather spend my time with. This love can endure anything that splits. If it wasn't legit, you wouldn't hear it. I could never be confused by your spirit. We just take it still and roll it, cause we both know what we do. I'm in LOV with you.
I just want to love.
Baby girl,
love the way you love.
Love me.
Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want
hey.
I want to love.
Oh,
love the way you love.
Love me.
Love the way I love you.
I love you, girl.
Just relax. 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 Just relax.
Hold your hand when we in town. Protect this love, even in the underground. Joy to God eating brunch on a blanket. This God that granted us these days, I thank it. It's no wonder why I'm comfortable with you. It's all